Roxbury College, please. Roxbury College.
Where's that?
I don't know. Maybe he can tell you? Excuse me, sir. He doesn't know how to get to Roxbury College. Can you help him?
You don't know Roxbury Community College? Come on. Roxbury Community College, right?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
knows where it is.
Well, give me someone else who does then if he doesn't know. Give me another
He
kid.
knows where it is.
You do you?
You know it, right?
Oh,
He knows it.
what's the problem?
Some of these guys, he knows it.
What's the problem? You don't want to take it?
What's the problem? Open up the door.
What?
What's the problem?
You want a college? Raspberry College, I don't know. Community college, I know.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Oh, thank
okay.
you very much. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, no problem. Okay. I thought maybe you just didn't know where it was. Oh, no problem. Oh, I'm sorry, I give you the wrong name. Let me see. You don't mind if I video where we're going, do you? Just get the scenery?
Don't make me picture.
It doesn't bother you? Okay. Is it a long way from here or close by?
Yeah, so.
Close? Oh, okay. Is that a hospital there, or the Whittier Health Center? Is that a hospital over there, or what is that?
Which one?
Yeah, what is that?
No.
Now I'm going near the. Oh, this is it here, huh? Oh, I see. You know where the Reginald Lewis Track Center is?
Right there.
Do you know where the media center is? No. Okay, so it's right next door to the Reginald Lewis Track Center. So this is the track center. What, to the rear left? Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, right. I see you right. Okay, good. Next door to it, I guess.
Do you want to go here?
It's the media center. It says next door to the. I guess that's down there. I guess this is next door to the center. Maybe here, right here, I think. Okay, let's see, it'll be okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, I'm not leaving anything. Okay, thank you. Excuse me, where's the media center? The media center. Media center. Do you know where the media center is?
Media what?
Media center.
Oh, Roxbury Center? Or of Roxbury?
Oh, wait a minute. me, you know where the Media Arts Center is? You know where the Media Arts Center is?
Media Arts what?
Center.
That one right there.
This one right here? Oh, good. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. That's right there. I didn't know it. I guess the entrance is where? Over here?
Right there.
Right here. Thank you very much, brother. How you doing? How you doing, brother?
How are you?
Oh, late? Everybody has started? I guess everybody started?
Yeah, they started. Most of the guys out to lunch right now. They'll be back.
When they're sitting up in the witness stand and the United States government is against them for a homicide case, when they say, oh, that young man died? Absolutely. That wasn't like it was on the news or on the television show you watch where you went up and blew his brains out and he got up, got in his Jaguar, drove home, said take two, and came back and tried it again the next day. No, when you put that Glock to his head and you squeeze, it was all over. And now the harsh realities of that is hitting you once you're in court. Well, I lived in that fantasy world for some time, and after I finally got free, I said to the devil, and I said to white America and everybody else, you will never catch this black man in a lifestyle that is against my God or my community or my family ever again. But I didn't vow to just do it for myself. I said, not only am I going to do it for me, every chance I get, I'm going to say something to somebody. So I volunteered to come here today. I always got something to say. You might see me on Blue Ave, Dudley, it doesn't matter. Half the time, I don't look my age. I'm 35 years old, but a lot of times when I'm in a hoodie or some baggy jeans or something, I look like the kids. I get told to go to class when I'm in high schools and everything. They're like, get to class. I'm like, I'm a grown man with 2 kids and a wife and I'm paying taxes, but they telling me to get to class. But it happens, it's good. When you live right, God will bless you to look young. He'll do it. But when you live in a rough, sinful life, you'll look hard. I know some 16-year-old kids look terrible. Rough, eyebrows all connected, face all sunk in, looking all dark, skin all ate up. 16 years old, teenagers, looking terrible. And people tell them they look fine. Nappy, knotted head, don't know how to run a pick or a comb through it. Pants all hanging off their behind. Do not wash their behind. It's a terrible state. But here's the problem. Then you got young ladies that are love up on these brothers while they smelling all funky and my dad call it musty. Y'all know about musky? My dad call it musty. He said, smelling all musty. Absolutely. How in the world? Have a stand up for yourself. Make him go take a bath if he's going to be with you, and get himself together and go get some education if he's going to be in your life. That's off on a tangent, but I said all that to say we're motivated. So they said we're going to have a national black agenda, so I got a couple things. You can write some notes about this if you want. So, since we got to take this message to the north, the south, the east, and the west, I figured that I might as well put it in the acronyms of the word news. This is the good news that we need to take back into our communities or our neighborhoods. First place we need to go is our neighborhoods, recognizing what? Not everybody in our neighborhood is our friend, our brother, or our family member. There are some people that are misguided and are worse than a step cousin. They are not related to you, and you do not need to embrace these people. Maybe later on in the workshop, we can highlight some of those people. I'm just doing it generic because I only have a couple minutes. I'm a preacher by nature, so you know when you give preachers a microphone, they can just go forever, so I got to watch here to make sure I stop. Also, underneath the acronym or underneath N, new changes in the community don't necessarily mean that they're for you. All of a sudden, I've been up here since 1990. All of a sudden, you fix Washington Street when white folks start moving into the community. Washington Street used to see somebody laughing because they know about Washington Street. Used to tear my car up. Potholes, just off the hook, out of control, could crack your whole frame of the car in half. But then all of a sudden, when you seen a couple of light-skinned folk, white light-skinned folk in the community, all of a sudden, street lights that have been off forever get fixed, paved roads and everything else. So, not all the new changes in the community necessarily mean that they're for you. Also, what you need to recognize in the neighborhood is, you need to be included in all the beneficial changes that are happening in your neighborhood. There are a lot of things that's happening to prosper and help people to move on to a better quality of life. You need to be at the table to get some for you and yours. We shouldn't have to move to the suburbs in order to live. You grew up in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan. That's where you need to raise your family, up in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan. You don't need to be moving to Randolph, all down Route 24, 138, and everything else just to live because they outpricing us with all these new condominiums. You notice everything turned into a condominium. It's not even an apartment anymore. It's just condos everywhere. Things that were 2-family, 3-family houses now, condominiums. And we can't even afford it to stay in the communities that was good enough. If it was good enough for my mother, it's good enough for me. So then we're going to deal with the E. For all the young people, young and old, people young and old, we need the E is estimation. The destination is estimation. Never, don't ever underestimate the power of influence. Somebody want to wear their hair like you because yours is like that. Somebody want their suit on like you because yours is like that. Somebody want the same coat that you have because yours is like that. Don't ever underestimate the power of influence. Many of black people have died and gone to their grave believing that they, as a solo individual, can make a difference. And it happens. You have to value the power of influence. Also, everybody got to, can, and must participate in this national black agenda. Young and old. The brother said it just before I got up here that it's a disconnect with the young and the old. It shouldn't be like that. Or I even heard this one person almost made me sick to my stomach say, you need to go get some internships or you need to go and be mentored by certain people and you find the time. If the message that you have for somebody is so valuable, don't you think it need to take legs and start walking to get to them if they're not going to come to you? If it's that important, if it's that powerful, that's what made me start a ministry that I started called God's Posse that reaches out to gang-involved kids out in the streets. I figured they weren't coming to the church, and so since the gospel message is so good and they're not coming to the church, I might as well go right where they're at. So I had to realize that everybody must participate when it comes to a national black agenda. Also, young and old, we have to realize we cannot be educated like everybody else. It's not about a house in the suburbs, it's not about a fancy car. Malcolm X said this. He said, if you're going to be a farmer, everything that you rear and raise on your plantation or on your farm should be with the mindset that you got to feed more than 1 million black people. If you're raising a crop, make sure it can feed everybody. So we have to get to the point where when we're educated, it's not for the comfort zone of ourselves, just me and mine. It's always about what I could do for the benefit of my brother or my sister. Also, for young people in this vital day and age, if you want to say something about a national black agenda, We need an educated vocabulary around emotional wording. You need to go beyond the issue of just anger. Everything's not I'm angry. You need to get other vocabulary words in your arsenal besides I'm angry. So you need an emotional vocabulary in order to describe some things. We are angry. You got a right to be angry, but you got to process some of that and put it in the right place so it's not destructive but constructive. Also, in order to weather the storm of life, and I see that most of us have, we got to be prepared to do what? Recognizing true wealth in our communities. Oftentimes, we don't get a chance to realize that our women are true wealth in our community. Not a problem, sister. The wisdom or the experience of our elders is true wealth in our community. Also, the real wealth that we have, that we spending on this hip-hop culture, is real wealth in our community. We need to start finding black people to spend your dollar with. I know they charge $3 for a loaf of bread, and you want to go to Stop and Shop in order to get it for $1.50. I realize that. But once you're sitting there and you're spending your dollar or your $3 on that loaf of bread, tell the brother stop trying to get rich off his own people. Just tell him to cut it out. You can hold him accountable after you're spending your money up in there. But we have to learn how to reinvest our dollars into making our own people rich so that once they get wealthy, we hold them accountable to giving back to our community. Also, we got to learn how to win each other over. It's time to be more humane and civil with one another. I clap for that myself. We got to learn how to be more humane and more civil with one another. That is not black people. That's not the black community. We don't dog each other, bite and devour one another. We don't step on each other at the expense of going to the top all by ourselves. We don't do that. Other people do that. And you've been around them so long, you start to pick up their ways. And somebody needs to get back to telling you that's not how black people conduct themselves. So we got to learn how to win each other over with deliberate attempts to be civil and humane towards one another. Also, we got to get the right words in our spirit. I truly recommend the Bible and the Word of God. I know I got 3 minutes. To get down to your spirit. You don't need to read everything. You don't need to watch everything. You don't need to listen to everything. Some things will pollute and corrupt your spirit and have you running around here out of your natural mind. I was there and I know it cleansed me and got me back into my right mind. So you don't need everything. You just need to put the right word in your spirit. All right, let me say this about the essence, and I got a minute and a half. Surround yourself with specific people. Smart people. What kind of smart people? Publicly smart. They know how to make correct contacts and network and stuff with the public sector. Also, they're politically smart. You need to get with some people. As young people, you need to vote, and not vote, but get prepared for voting by getting politically savvy. Who means black people well in the community? There's some people that's black that don't mean black people well. You do know that, right? Yeah. But you don't go get a newspaper and blast them. You call them up at their office. You go down there. You say something to them right to their face. That's how black people do it. We confront one another in love. So that when we go out in the public, we got one agenda, one voice, we got smiles on our faces because it's personal, it's our family business, and black folk don't put family business out in the streets. You just don't do that. Where I come from, you get whoopings, but that's something else somewhere else. They don't know about whoopings now. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Whoopings ain't nothing wrong. Whoopings will traumatize you and make you straight up. Right now, I might get a setback and think a belt will fall out the ceiling or something to hear whoop. Switches, whole bushes, all of that. But it saves your life and it keeps you right. I know DSS is big and going to people's houses up in Boston, but where I come from, DSS would have got a whooping too. So I really that one along too. So you got to get around some smart people. Also, you got to get around prophetically smart people. People who can foretell the futures and see the things that need to come along. We're going to be outpriced and outdated with jobs just because people are becoming computer literate. So it's not like the white man did something to you. You just should have took a computer course to keep up with the age and the time. Instead of, at the time of responsibility, running around here being rebellious, cutting up with some of the many things that my brother so eloquently articulated. Also, supportive people. So you need to be around smart people, you need to be around supportive people. Get around people who love you for being you. Even if you lose your mind and nurture you back to good health, get around some supportive people. If you're down and you broke and don't have a couple dollars, get around somebody that's going to help you out. That's how black people act one towards another. We get around and we support each other. If I go out of town and go see my family, I don't go to a hotel. I go to my relative's house. I don't have to pay hotel fee or pay for a meal. I have family, relatives, city to city, and when I come, I just call them up. Uncle Roy, I'm coming to town. Okay, boy, I get the couch out for you. I get the bed out. And when you sleep with black people in their house, you ain't touching each other. Black people don't do that. All this same-sex touching each other, it's out of order. I just wanted to get that one on tape. That's just from me to all the people that need to know what is really out of order. So now, then lastly, you need to also surround yourself with people who are sold out. Sold out to what? Sold out to loving black people that are sold out and not fearful of saying what is right because it's right. Not because they're scared of hurting somebody's feelings or something like that, but you get around some people who are people that are sold out to black people. And if you love black people, let me hear you put your hands together. Everybody do this one last thing before I go. Everybody stand up and get close to somebody real quick because I only got like 30 seconds. Get close to somebody. Everybody should be able to reach somebody. All right, real quick. Everybody just reach out. We ain't gonna have a prayer. Don't touch hands, don't hold hands. Not yet. Watch this. Just listen to it. Now, everybody reach in any direction and start shaking somebody's hand. Any direction. Just turn and shake somebody's hand. Everybody. If you can hear me, you should be, I can see you all over there. Touch somebody's hand. Exactly. There you go. Now that's symbolic. Everybody just stop and listen. The reason why I asked you all to stand up, because in this day and hour that we live, all black people need to stand up. It's symbolic, brothers. Young and old, stand up. Every black person needs to stand up and be accounted for. Secondly, the reason why I said reach out in any direction is because when we're down and we're in the state that we're in right now, you cannot fix your mind on what direction the help is coming from. Just reach out and grab it wherever it's at. You need to do it. And then when you reach out, you should be able to trust the hand that is reaching back out to you. None of you all were fearful of touching somebody's hand up in this room. We need to get to the point where the rapport and relationships that we have with one another, we don't fear the hand that's reaching out to touch us and give us the help that we need. Thank you, thank you. I'm out of time. God bless.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. We know you mean that with all your heart. That's your brother, Chris Womack. Now, to move this right along, we still ask that you still remain and everyone still should be taking notes. At this time, I'd like to ask for Minister Malik Al-Arkin to come to the stage, please.
Good afternoon to you, and salam alaikum. It is in the name of Master Farad Muhammad, Almighty Allah, to whom all praises are forever due. He came from the east, Mecca, Arabia, in 1930 to set us on the road to self-determination. And it's also in loving memory of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. May peace forever be upon him. He passed away in 1975. I was one of his many followers. But his wisdom, like the wisdom of his teacher, is eternal. And it's also in the name of my leader, teacher, and guide, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, the champion of reparations, who has been fighting a battle inside the UN which is seldom publicized, which is purposely hidden by many media, but which is destined for victory. It is in their three names that I greet you with the holy words of peace. I salute thee. I am asking you to please jot down a little information. There is a website that you need to know about. The U.S. government doesn't want you to know that this website exists. For in truth, they know that it's only a matter of time before we as a people are free and independent of their control. And they're trying to delay that with every ounce of strength that they have left in their decaying and disintegrating empire. But it will not work. The website is All for Reparations. It's www.allforreparations, just like one word, .org. I would also like you to take down my email address. It is alarkam@webtv.net. alarkam@webtv.net. And my home phone number, 617-770-2017. I would like to come out and speak to you at your church, your mosque, your school, on the topic of reparations for Afro-descendants. In the space of 15 minutes, and I probably have about 12 left or 11 left, I have so much information that I can't give it to you in this time frame. But I have given talks on reparations here at RCC, at Emerson, at the University of Massachusetts, at Boston. And I'm available to come out to wherever our people are, be it a small group or a large group, and talk about reparations. Today I want you to know that the Honorable Silas Muhammad is the publisher of Muhammad Speaks newspaper. I don't have enough copies for everyone here, but after the meeting, please feel welcome to come and see me, and if I still have any copies, I would like you to have that as a gift. Reparations is about much more than money. It's about the restoration of a people. We were brought here in chains on April 1st, 1555, in a slave ship called Jesus. As of April 1st of this year, we will have been in bondage for 449 years. The same crooked, deceitful, racist American government that is spending your tax dollars bombing the HE-double toothpicks out of Iraq and Afghanistan and threatening other nations with regime change. That same government that is herding Afro-descendant brothers and sisters into concentration camps here in America, that same government that has invented AIDS and unleashed it as a biochemical weapon against our people worldwide. That same government has the gall to tell you today, we don't owe you ends nothing. You should be angry. This auditorium should be packed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because we are being exterminated as a people. My beloved brothers and sisters, pardon me if I appear angry, But you know what?
What's up?
When you're angry about injustice, it makes you alive, doesn't it?
That's right.
Just as you said, I teach math and science here in Boston. I've done it for 9 years. I don't allow any profanity in the class. And when our youth see that you have a titanium steel backbone, they will cooperate. They will cooperate. Our youth and our people are looking for real leadership. I know that the Congressional Black Caucus has every right to be frustrated with someone as racist as President Bush, but be not deceived. This whole government is crooked and corrupt.
That's right.
Senator John Kerry and Senator Ted Kennedy have no love for Afro-descendants. None whatsoever. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we must separate from the white man and do for self. How many of you agree with that today? We need our own government, black from top to bottom. And actually, we need to be back in our original homeland, because the only way you're going to survive in America is if you're fireproof and don't need food. Because it's prophesied that this place is going to be destroyed by fire. Is it not? God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, the fire next time. I want to, in the remaining moments, I want to share with you some of the words of the Honorable Salas Muhammad. And if you've never seen this paper, Muhammad Speaks, if you don't know who this man is, what he looks like, just remember, whatever black man is taking a bold and righteous stand against racism and seeking for black people to have their own government and their own economy on some of this earth that we can call our own, he will be targeted for annihilation by the American government. He will be vilified by the American government. He will be branded as a terrorist or sympathizer. And the only thing standing between those kind of bold, courageous, Afro-descendant leaders, whether it's Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Mr. Salas Muhammad, Queen Dorothy, Louis of Incobra, Elder Osiris Akabala, is you and me. We must learn how to protect and elevate our own. How many of you agree with that? We must. It's imperative. I want to quote to you from the Honorable Salas Muhammad. By the way, on March 2nd of this year, he was in the United Nations, battling along with other Afro-descendants. And we are now known as Afro-descendants as a result of the work of our freedom fighters in the UN. I know that some of our people are going through the U.S. courts to obtain some form of reparations. But when Jesse James robs you, can you count on Judge Frank James for justice? You don't go to the criminal as the judge. You need to go outside. You need to go into the international, with all due respect, my beloved brothers and sisters. Here is a statement by the Honorable Salas Muhammad. This one was made in April of 2003 at the UN. Greetings, Madam Chairperson. The Afro-descendant people throughout the slave diaspora are to this day struggling for UN recognition of our inherent human rights. We Afro-descendants have experienced total destruction of our essence, our original identity, language, and religion. The U.S. Secretary of State is a classic example of how weapons of mass destruction are being used against us. We now know weapons of mass destruction can destroy the person physically or destroy the person mentally. He to this day is denied by the country he serves the use of his own language, culture, and religion. These rights, as articulated in Article 27 of the ICCPR, are denied us generation after generation, and this denial is tantamount to weapons of mass destruction of the mind. Other people of African descent whose ancestors were not subject to slavery still have their original identity, don't they? In Tanzania, they speak Swahili. They live in a black culture. In Nigeria, they speak Hausa, Yoruba. They live in a black culture. Those countries, over 50 African countries, have membership in the United Nations. But we need to establish our human rights inside the United Nations and then go ahead and establish our own government completely independent of a diseased and dying America. The Honorable Salas Muhammad says, we believe that UN recognition of our inherent human rights will place us on a path of recompense if ever we are to be equal to our slave masters' children. We ask you to place our issue on the agenda of the subcommission and in the hands of the working group on minorities. Now, I'd like to say this in closing. Every college where Afro-descendant, also formerly called African American and still called African American, but under international law, we are now officially identified as Afro-descendant. Any college or school where our young people are should have courses on reparations. How many of you agree? Should be telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about our history as a people. Too often it is watered down and diluted to please Caucasian controllers. Excuse me. In my closing, just a few days ago, the Honorable Salas Muhammad stood tall again inside the United Nations, battling for reparations for all of our people. It's not just for Muslims. It's not just for the masses. It's for all of our people. Yes, Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice are tools. They are also victims. They need restoration and healing. Today, as the Boston representative of the Honorable Salas Muhammad, I'm inviting all powerful black leaders throughout this country to join us at the United Nations to maximize our leverage. Who would I like to see there at the UN standing tall and clarifying through interventions the ethnocide and forced assimilation that's been imposed upon us, the genocide that's being perpetrated today? I would like to see many. I would like to see the Congressional Black Caucus. I would like to see the brilliant and courageous Cynthia McKinney. I would like to see the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I would like to see Danny Glover of Trans-Africa. I would like to see the head of the National Negro Baptist Convention. So I'm asking you to convey this information, asking you humbly, please, whoever you view as a leader who's doing something real for black people, who's not a puppet, invite them to come to the United Nations. The door has been opened. The next intervention will be in April before the Human Rights Commission. And then the United Nations, in recognition of the fact that we are rising as a people and will no longer tolerate 21st century slavery and abuse, they have already agreed, and this is breaking news. The United Nations has agreed to hold a conference for all Afro-descendants, all of our people in the Western Hemisphere, from Canada to the United States, to the Caribbean, to Central America, to South America, in Brazil this November. You did that, my powerful people, so give yourselves a round of recognition. And I thank you for listening to me.
we have another hand for the minister? At this time, I'd like to say that we're going to be breaking for 15 minutes. He was actually the last speaker to speak here, and we'll be reconvening. It'll be about a 15-minute break, and everyone else will be reconvening in the academic building, room 121, lecture hall. Okay, first I'd like to say this, that I'm extremely disappointed that this hall is not filled, as the gentleman just said. And we as Black Americans, or Black, whatever you want to call yourself, we need to come together for this, like I said initially. We need to come together for this, and I'm really disappointed. And now I'm trying to like put something together, you know, break up with the format, and I'm fumbling through this, and I've never done this before, so I'll ask everyone to bear with me and everyone that's a part of this. But do not leave here because you're bored. Do not leave here because you didn't get what you thought you were going to get, because whatever you get is what you need. Trust and believe that. So please do not leave here. Please go to 121, because everything that you will hear and everything that you've heard is what we need. This is what we need to do. Thank you. I'd like to make it also, as the sister told me, Presente will be opening up the new program in the academic building in room 121, okay? Thank you very much.
This program's the illest program ever.
Say that again, Kyle.
This program's the illest program ever.
All right, Kyle. Talk to you later. Thank you, brother. Oh, is this your art?
That's my yes,
You're the art. Yeah, good. He looks so much like you, too.
Yeah,
He very well be your son easily. Yeah.
Strong family reason.
There you go.
Auntie, what's one thing in your life that you have accomplished?
One thing that I'd like to accomplish, I think I'd like to do a tour and a safari in Africa. I've been to Africa, but I've never been out in the bush country. And I'd love to go visit our ancestors in Africa and do a safari. I do intend to do that.
Is there anything else that you would like to do?
Well, yes, there are a whole host of things I'd like to do. I'm one of those innovative people that never ceases to be involved in things. And at present, I'm looking into setting up and establishing my own business. I intend to grow a business to the point that I will be hopefully making a six-figure income.
Now let me have it for a second. Since you asked her about what she wanted to aspire to do, I'd like to ask you, Kyle, what is it that you aspire to do?
One thing that I would really like to do in my life is become a professional skateboarder and run my own fashion line.
All right, fantastic. Okay.
And star in so many movies that I put Michael Jackson to shame.
Oh, okay. I'll have this on tape. Let's stay in touch. How's that? All right? Thank you. Take care. Hey.
Then you'll have to make sure you be here for the fashion show on Friday. He and his little cousin, they're going to be in the fashion show on Friday.
He'll be there? Okay, yes. I'll be there. I'll be videoing.
Record everything.
Yes, sir. See you there. Take care.
Over here. Stop in the chair. Right here. That's the old chair.
May I help you, madam?
Oh, I gotta get what we're doing. 121 where I'm ready.
Right, yeah, I see.
Well, let me tell you, I want to ask you a question, but I can never get that with you.
Last name Bell?
We can't get any of these things. You asked about that, how do we get it? We can't get them. You're not adding these things.
Okay,
That was, that I can get, that I know of. I called,
you already paid? And I know that the people
I don't know why, I don't know what, I don't it must be something going on. That'd be great. Okay,
it's okay, I'm getting everything ready for you. Get everything
When you told me that, I couldn't believe it. I said, really,
Janet Holloway, Africa. Presente. William Phillips, Africa. Presente. Zolo Azania. Presente. Hanif Shabazz Bey. Presente. Bronson Bowers Jr. Presente. Marshall Eddie Conway. Presente. Bill Dunn. Presente. Larry Giddings. Presente. Jamil Alamin. Presente. Aaron Claxton. Presente. Josh Raisler Khan. Presente. Eddie Hatcher. Presente.
Presente. One is amazed and even astonished to consider those millions who today claim spiritual lineage from a being called Christ. For if one were from outer space and able to view life on this planet for a century or so, one might observe this. Christians are the wealthiest humans on the third planet. They also seem to be the most violent, having brought about 2 world wars, tens of thousands of murders, millions of rapes, assaults, and lynchings. They're the only group to have dropped an atomic bomb on other non-Christian people, to have colonized and enslaved whole other races, Africans. They have committed genocide on an unsurpassed scale. Native Americans, Jews, for example. One of these nations, America, imprisons more of its people than any other nation state. They destroy enormous expanses of land to secure quantities of paper they call money. Their cities are filled with people who live on the streets who they call homeless. Isn't it odd that in this nation, the Christian adherents claim to pray to and adore a being who was a prisoner of Roman power, who was an inmate on the empire's death row, who was tortured, humiliated, beaten, and crucified. And these same people strenuously support the state's execution of thousands of their fellow citizens. And the judges, the prosecutors, and the lawyers, those that condemn, prosecute, sell out the condemned, they all claim to be followers of this same God. After the passage of 2 millennia, how can one envision a place where the earth is a safe place to live, where the air, the sun, and the sea don't threaten extinction? How far the ideal from the real? How many of us, whose God is mammon, have sold out the worth of this wondrous earth for a shiny token? And how many of us can the voice of God be heard in the wrinkle of coins and the rustle of paper? I speak from Pennsylvania's death row, a bright, shining, highly mechanized hell. In this place, death is a campaign poster, a stepping stone to public office. In this dark time, In this dark hour, how many of us are not on death row? From death row, the words of Mumia Abu Jamal.
All right.
And from the pen of Idaluz Rodriguez, former political prisoner of war. Te voy a pedir que te imagines, solo por un momento, lo que sería vivir 18 años en un medio restringido.
I'm going to ask you to imagine for just one moment what it would be like to live for 18 years in a very restricted environment.
Que se nutre de la degradación del prisionero.
Which thrives on the degradation and humiliation of the prisoner.
Ahora, por favor, trata de imaginar a un prisionero de guerra.
Now try to imagine a prisoner of war
que debe resistir una constante, hostil y deliberada forma de represión.
who has to endure a constant and deliberate climate of repression.
¿Y por qué te pido que uses tu imaginación?
Why do I ask you to use your imagination?
Es que sola no puedo encontrar las palabras que remuevan el velo de superficialidad y desapego, que con frecuencia caracterizan las descripciones escritas de nuestras condiciones en la cárcel.
Because alone I cannot describe the veneer of distance and superficiality which often describes our conditions in prison.
Con palabras solamente no te puedo explicar mi frustración cada vez que me registran el cuerpo.
Words are not enough to describe the sense of frustration that I experience every time my body is searched.
O cada vez que escribo una carta o levanto el teléfono sabiendo que todo lo que digo y escribo lo están grabando o fotocopiando.
Or the frustration I feel every time I write a letter or speak on the telephone, knowing that everything I write and say is being photocopied and recorded.
Con palabras no te puedo explicar mis sentimientos cuando fui transferida de la cárcel Dwight.
Words are not enough to convey the feelings I experienced when I was transferred from Dwight prison.
Dejando atrás a mi hermana prisionera de guerra, Alicia Rodríguez.
And had to leave behind my sister and prisoner of war, Alicia Rodríguez.
Pero más importante, necesito que tu imaginación te ayude a establecer la conexión.
But most importantly, I need for you to use your imagination to see the connection
entre las condiciones de cárcel que acabo de mencionar
between the conditions of imprisonment that I have just described
y el colonialismo y patriarcado como un todo.
Colonialism and patriarchy as a whole. The late poet laureate of Puerto Rico, Juan Antonio Corretjer, visited the Puerto Rican prisoners of war. He found that they possessed incalculable courage and strength of conviction. He was astounded by how many of these men and women who did not speak English, who had not known the warmth and beauty of the homeland as children, were willing to endure so much and sacrifice so much for its freedom. His experience with these prisoners compelled him to say that our will to remain who we are as a people was such that if we were born on the moon, we would call ourselves Boricua, Puerto Rican.
desde las ondas del mar que dan besos a su orilla. Una mujer de Aguadilla vino a New York a cantar, pero no solo a llorar, un largo llanto y morir, de ese llanto yo nací. Como en la lluvia una fiera, y vivo en la larga espera de cobrar lo que perdí. Bajo un cielo que se hacía más feo, más volaba, a Nueva York se acercaba un peón de las Marías, con la esperanza decía de un largo día volver, pero antes me hizo nacer. Y de tanto trabajar se quedó sin regresar, reventó en un taller. De una lágrima soy hijo, y soy hijo del sudor, y fue mi abuelo el amor único en mi regocijo. El recuerdo siempre fijo en aquel cristal del llanto, como quimera en el canto de un Puerto Rico de ensueño, y yo soy puertorriqueño sin nada, pero sin quebranto. Y al lechón que me desmienta, que se ande muy derecho, no sea en lo más estrecho de un zaguán pague la afrenta. Pues según alguien me cuenta, dicen que la luna es una, sea del mar o sea montuna. Y así le grito al villano, yo sería borincano aunque naciera en la luna. Y así le grito al villano, yo sería borincano aunque naciera en la luna.
Good afternoon. My name is Kazi Toure. Troop is Presente. We do work around political prisoners and all political prisoners, the release of all political prisoners. I work at the American Friends Service Committee as co-coordinator of the Criminal Justice Program. American Friends Service Committee is a Quaker-run organization. The Quakers were the first ones to build penitentiaries and solitary confinement in this country. They thought that if you remove the person from society and put them by themselves for a period of time in isolation, they would find God within themselves, do penance, and reform and change. Well, it didn't take them long to find out that the opposite effect was happening on people. People developed severe psychological problems, deteriorated really quickly, and left in isolation. I'll get back to this in a minute, because in my mind, before the Quakers, there was the plantations. And we all know who was on the plantations. To many, this was the first form of prisons within a nation of prisons. After slavery, in that brief period of Reconstruction, laws were legislated that made it illegal for African people of African descent to go to school, to work, to live in certain areas, even to be buried in certain places. These laws were put into place to make it harder for people to survive. There were black code, Jim Crow laws working side by side. In 1796, 30% of the people in prison in Philadelphia's Wall Street jail were free black men. The other 70% were Irish. Throughout our history of coming in contact with Europeans, has always been a form of resistance. Individual resistance, collective, and sometimes movements. From Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser to Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Kwame Ture, Malcolm X, Paul Robeson, to Mumia Abu-Jamal. Throughout our history in this country, we have always been a nation within a nation, separate but not equal. The oppressor nation has consistently passed laws to criminalize our existence. There are over 2 million people in prison in this country today, 1.2 million of African descent. A fifth of a generation between 18 and 27 are locked up. It's a form of genocide going on today.
That's right.
Let's look at Marcus Garvey. We look back at Marcus and see, what did he do? I mean, he organized the Negro Improvement Association. Thought he was going to raise Negro self-esteem, give us back our pride, give us the red, black, and green, right? He organized the Back to Africa movement. And what did they do? They jailed him and then exiled him. He turned to Martin Luther King. In a, quote, unwise and untimely action, end quote, according to the prominent white Alabama clergy, eight of them, they wrote a letter to him. When he went to Birmingham, he was jailed. He was jailed because, what did he say? Because injustice was there. Quote, Birmingham is probably the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States. Its ugly record of police brutality is known in every section of this country. Its unjust treatment of Negroes in the courts is a notorious reality. There have been more unsolved bombings of Negro homes and churches in Birmingham than any city in this nation. This is the hard, brutal, and unbelievable facts, end quote, Martin Luther King. Kwame Ture, a.k.a. Stokely Carmichael, was jailed many times in the South for registering people to vote. At each epoch in our history, when we have found people brave enough to stand up, speak up, organize something for the real betterment of our people's well-being, they've been criminalized, jailed, assassinated, and exiled. And people fall silent out of fear. The main ingredient in keeping the masses in their place. What's always seemed a mystery to me is after someone's dead, like Malcolm X, Paul Robeson, they want to glorify them and put them on the stand. But when they were alive, they dogged them every step of the way, making their lives miserable. And we seem to wait for their okay to recognize our leadership. You know, the same case with Nelson Mandela. They kept the man locked up for 27 calendar years for fighting for African people's rights. We have over 100 political prisoners in this country in jail at this time. People are in prison because they were in organizations that work for the betterment of their people, which probably meant for socioeconomic change. People like Dr. Mutulu Shakur, or award-winning journalist Mumia Abu-Jamal, who's been falsely imprisoned since 1981. We have people growing old and dying in prison, like Noah Washington, and brother Seth Hayes, who can't get medical attention right now, today, while he's in prison. We had, I would try to show something, how, leaving these brothers has been a mistake. During the Civil Rights Movement, we had Martin Luther King and the Peaceful Nonviolent Movement, and we had Black Panther Party and Self-Defense Movement. Both struggles are one. But one was criminalized and one was legitimized. It was at this time that J. Edgar Hoover's infamous COINTELPRO program targeted everyone in leadership in the Black, Latin, and Native American organizations and movements in this country. From Martin Luther King to Huey P. Newton, both targets of assassination and incarceration. Hoover said that the Black Panther Party was the #1 threat to the internal security of the United States. When they went after the Panther Party leadership, they killed 28 Panthers from 65 to 74. They jailed hundreds and exiled others. After and people went on with their lives after this happened. Affirmative action laws were passed, schools were opened up, jobs were opened up, people started feeling like, maybe we've been accepted, so the organizations fell apart and people weren't organized anymore. And a lot of people got left. Mistakes were made, but we can correct them. People who, for the most part, in our struggle got left. Every movement always has more than one approach to a problem. We see the Sinn Féin as the IRA. We see Yasser Arafat and PLO as the EPLF. We see Nelson Mandela and the ANC. They had Umkhonto we Sizwe. Martin Luther King, the Peaceful Nonviolent Movement, had the Black Panther Party and the BLA. Every legitimate movement around the world calls for the release of its prisoners first. We are here today discussing the state of the Black agenda. A Black agenda would be incomplete without a call for the release of political prisoners and prisoners of war locked up in the United States. And exiles. Thank you, sister. We have to remember that reparations was given to the Japanese who were put in internment camps after World War II. It was somewhat given to the Native Americans after the slaughter of 39 million of them. I say somewhat because the creation of a homeland structure is pretty much like apartheid.
That's right.
We lost over 50 million people in the Middle Passage. And some say, they have this argument going around, well, that happened back then, and we weren't alive then, so we can't pay you. But the whole wealth of this nation was created off of our backs for 400 years. They handed down from one generation to the next the inherited wealth from our backs to their people. So they still owe us. Some people, I just want to get back to the Quakers now. The Quakers, because they built the first penitentiaries and they were in isolation units, they have a responsibility to abolish them. So I guess that's why they hired me and some other people, because they recognize they have a responsibility to undo what they did. And we also have a responsibility not to leave behind those people who, because in the 60s, in the 60s, there was the establishment had a choice to make. They had Martin Luther King, the nonviolent movement, and they had the Panther Party. So they criminalized one, and we, for a lot of part, allowed that to happen.
That's right.
When we turned our backs and left these brothers and sisters in jail. You know, because if it wasn't for that part, this other part might not have got the recognition that it got.
That's right.
You see? So I hope that we can leave here and send something. I hope everybody here would agree to take back to the people who put this conference together, a resolution that if there is a call, and there is a call for reparations, that political prisoners, that we have at the top of the agenda, the call for the release of our people.
That's right.
We have time for a question and answer period, and then we're going to do a couple more pieces. We have some literature on the tables about political prisoners, a conference coming up next month at UMass Boston, where all the movements will be represented. We have an update about Mumia's case. I hope people got that. And his 50th birthday is coming up in April 24th. So I'd like to just kick it with everybody for a minute, and then we'll do a couple pieces. Questions? Dialogue?
I think it would be helpful if you define political prisoners, prisoners of war, and exiles for people who may not otherwise be informed.
Well, the definition we've been working off of is UN definition of political prisoners, and it's people who have been in organizations that chose to do actions against the government. They're not people who are in for drug dealing or rape or anything like that. It's people who were in organizations and took action against this government. And as far as there are, there's another definition, extended definitions, people who say someone goes to prison as a social prisoner and becomes politicized while they're inside and start working with other comrades to better the conditions or working on political issues inside, and their incarceration is continued because of that political work, then they're considered a political prisoner also. And exiles are people who were in organizations and that came under attack by this government and forced to leave the country.
Just a case in point, you know, there's the case of Mumia Abu Jamal, who, although he is being charged with killing a cop, essentially the reason that he was targeted for that charge is because of his work as a journalist to disclose the condition of police brutality that was being inflicted on black people throughout this country, and most especially in Philadelphia. For his work in MOVE and basically to denounce what the police in Philadelphia was doing in that organization. You have, in the case of prisoners of war, the people from the Puerto Rican independence movement and the people from the VLA, who basically, in the case of Puerto Rico, there were actions against this country's military and corporate structures, you know, as a means for fighting for Puerto Rican independence. In the case of the VLA, there was a segment of the movement that felt that black people should have the states of the Southern Belt, to develop as an independent territory, as a nation, and basically they advocated for that and pursued that, and they are in prison today. Those actions would qualify them as prisoners of war, along with the Puerto Ricans who basically went after the U.S. military for its colonization of Puerto Rico.
Has Congress or any portion or part of Congress accepted the fact that we do have political prisoners here? If so, what are they doing?
Well, I'll let anybody else answer too. I'll just, insist too. I think the first time that they recognized it was when Clinton let 11 Puerto Ricans out, and Linda Evans and Susan Rosenberg. That was the first time that it was recognized. They haven't recognized any of the black political prisoners or prisoners of war.
If I could follow up real briefly. If they have done it with one group and not done it with the other, is that then discrimination?
Well, I think, like, we have to look at the work that people have done. The Puerto Ricans, they were well organized. They had people in certain places, and they lobbied well, and they organized their people. The demonstrations was like hundreds of thousands of people in Puerto Rico demonstrating for their people to come up. We don't have that here. We don't have our elected officials, calling for the release of our political prisoners. Every elected official of Puerto Ricans were going to the White House knocking for the release of their people. We don't have that here. We don't have that organization or that unit.
They didn't do that out of the kindness of their heart or because they preferred Puerto Rican political prisoners and prisoners of war to black political prisoners and prisoners of war. It was simply, and before the release of those 11 Puerto Ricans, there was also the release of the Puerto Rican nationalists who in 1954 attacked the U.S. Congress in order to protest the U.S.'s blackmailing the rest of the nations of the world into dropping the case of Puerto Rico from the UN's Decolonization Committee. But it got to the point where they couldn't go and preach in some international workshop or conference on human rights without somebody slapping them in the face with the case of the political prisoners in Puerto Rico. They couldn't, everywhere they went, they were basically hounded with the case of the political prisoners. The other thing is that since the repression of the 1950s, the United States has pretty much been successful, at getting people not to, coalesce by the hundreds of thousands, demanding things from them that have to do with our colonial situation, by and large. And so, in the case of the release of the prisoners, there were hundreds of thousands in people in Puerto Rico demanding the release of the nationalists and a clandestine movement that was pursuing that. In the case of the 11 political prisoners, they were having a really bad time in Vieques with the protests in Vieques that were happening and people demanding the freedom of so in order to guarantee their political stability in Puerto Rico, they had to basically acquiesce to those demands. If they didn't want a bigger problem in their hands, then they were willing to bargain for it.
My name is Ifio Wangaza, and I'm the national co-chair for the Jericho Movement, which is an other organization which works for the recognition and release of political prisoners in the United States. And I wanted to add to a couple points. One is also the recognition of the fact that Hillary Clinton wanted to run for the Senate, and the desire to have her appear sympathetic to the Puerto Rican community in the same way that John Kennedy appeared sympathetic to the black community when Martin Luther King was locked up, and Kennedy called Coretta and his Birmingham jailers to inquire as to his well-being and to say, you brutalize everybody else you got in there, don't beat him up. Of course, that was the extent of the sympathy, but we went for it. The other point that I would want to raise with regard to criminalization, the whole concept of what is a crime and the necessity for our looking at that more skeptically, more critically. What human behavior is characterized as a crime is that human behavior which is perceived to or does interfere with the commercial interest of white male property owners. And oftentimes we have, particularly the BLA, which was charged with appropriating funds necessary to maintain the movement. It is important to understand that in no instance, whether you're talking about the BLA or you're talking about Puerto Rican independence fighters, Native Americans, and at no time were any resources ever used for people's personal benefit or gain. However, the charges that were brought against them suggest that they were common criminals. In no instance is that the case. We must not allow ourselves to be fooled by they robbed a bank or they killed a cop or they did what was necessary in a war situation, and make no doubt about it, we are in a state of war.
We could do one more if no one else had one. Since we are at the National Black Agenda Convention, can we then propose that from this convention we somehow propose that we do get recognition, at least in Congress, that we do have black political prisoners?
So, okay, could I help
Go ahead.
to shape the...
If I may, one of the areas that a resolution will come out of, not just a resolution, but a recommendation, will be the Criminal Justice Committee. And under criminal justice, there will be discussion about war criminals, war crimes, and international law, and other related kind of situations where in each of the sessions, only today, we integrated all of the groups because we didn't have the people to really spread around. We have the facilitators here who wanted to do that, but because it was not a larger group of people right now, for whatever the reason, we didn't go into our various agenda periods. Starting tomorrow morning, we will do that. And each agenda hearing will take place for approximately, well, there will be 5 of them in the course of 2.5 days. At the end of that period, each group will have its recommendations that will be structured to go into the agenda that will ultimately be circulated around the country and maybe various places in the world. So the issue that you raised are great issues, and we're going to do something about them, but that will take place in your hearings.
Thank you.
But I think, but we're not, as far as I understand, you was talking about the criminal justice part of it, but we're talking about political prisoners who have been criminalized by the United States government, but we don't see them as criminals. So
we'll deal with issues of international law, etc. If you look at your program, I think you'll be able to encompass even all of those issues in that program.
Okay.
Well, just a question about the hearing sessions.
Yes.
The room numbers are listed, but the days in which the hearing sessions will happen is not listed.
They will go on every day. That's what I'm saying.
So each one of these will be in each one of these rooms
Each one
every
of
day?
those will be going on for the next 3 days. And we only integrated everything today because of the number of people, because of the weather, because of a lot of other reasons. Okay?
Any other questions?
Yeah, I want to ask something.
feel that there's anything we can learn from the way some of these political prisoners went about handling some of the situations?
Yeah, I think there's a lot you can learn.
All right.
And I think there's a lot of information out. And if you come to the conference, right, in April, we're going to have the conference is going to be about the Bill of Rights. It's going to be about, well, it's going to be speakers talking about, from the ACO, talking about Homeland Security, the Patriot Act, you know, from there to Palestinian issues to the Arab detainee groups, and we've had over 1,000 people disappear since 9/11, and people allowed all these laws to be passed. We're going to be dealing with all those issues, and each movement is going to be dealt with so people can learn what's going on in each movement. And if you don't know what's happening in the Palestinian issue, or the Arab issue, or the Native American issue, or the Puerto Rican issue, or the Black and New African issue, you can go. We're going to have workshops, and people have a lot of literature there. And plus, people can. There's a history out that documents a lot of mistakes that people have made since the 60s. And you know, like coming out of that period, people were young and didn't have any examples to follow. So nowadays we do. We have a lot of lessons that we can learn what went right, what went wrong, how to change up things with this new technology that's out today. But the struggle is going to continue. We've always had a resistance movement since they brought us here to these shores. Sometimes it's been small, sometimes it's bigger. But we've always had one, and we're going to continue.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, please. What we're not going to do now is continue in question and answer. What we're going to do is have several other presenters, and those at the end of the day, then if you have any questions, please reserve those, make your comments, recommendations, and ask those particular presenters who will come on now. Otherwise, we'll never get through our program. Okay?
We have
I beg your pardon?
We have a couple more things to do in our presentation.
Okay.
You want us to just wrap it up now?
Well, let's move it along.
Okay. I thought we had an hour and a half too. But
Oh no, we couldn't do that. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll just wrap it up now.
Well,
Just
thank
make
you so
sure
much.
everybody gets a packet of information that we brought. It's right next to the door.
Mailing list, if anybody wants to be kept in contact, reminded about the convention coming up in April, sign a mailing list.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up with our pizza. We got 3 pieces. 3 pieces will be done.
You won't be here tomorrow. Will you be?
Could you introduce the group before you leave?
Okay.
This is presenting, but basically what we don't want to do, is attempt to monopolize it. And we understand that people were allotted a certain amount of time. But as the senator said, due to the weather and due to unforeseen circumstances, we all have to be, we all have to be wary of or understanding of other people here. Okay, but we're gonna allow you. Go ahead. We're gonna allow you to finish up.
15 minutes.
Please.
We
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Noah.
This is the story of Noah Washington, who spent 28 years in prison and then died there. And during that time, he became a Muslim and achieved the holy state of Imam and was given the name Noah. The symbol of peace is the dove carrying an olive branch. Now this is from the account of the deluge, for when the flood waters subsided, Noah sent forth a dove who returned with an olive branch, a sign the land was dry. And this is what became the symbol of peace. But did you know the dove was not Noah's first choice? It was not the first bird that Noah sent out. For it says, at the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark and sent forth What did Noah send forth? The raven. And the raven flew off and returned until the waters dried up. Noah's first choice was the raven, not the dove. Now, why was that? Well, it seems of the two birds, the raven was the vanguard, flying off and returning until the waters dried up. As if the raven's action was part of the drying up. As if the raven's wings stirred the wind that dried the earth. There are always the ravens among us who go before and initiate action, and there's those doves who follow behind them and take all the credit. Noah Washington was a raven. His wings stirred the hearts of many who walked this earth, and Noah Washington was an imam, a holy one. And God always calls someone to go first. And if that someone says, "Here am I, Lord, send me," often it's a suicide mission. And if one manages to survive, then it's death, like Malcolm and Martin and 28 Panthers, by assassination. And if one is clever enough to dodge the bullet, like Noah, then it's death by incarceration. Noah's wings.
Noah's wings.
Beat the air.
Beat the air.
That stirred the wind.
That stirred the wind.
To dry the earth.
To dry the earth.
For us to walk on.
For us to walk on.
The vanguard who take new ground rarely get to dwell on the land they found. And those that follow behind them, why they cry, "Peace, peace," but there is no peace. And they brick and mortar the road with bones and blood of its messengers who cry, "No justice!
No peace!"
These are the ones we send forth to see if the land is ready or not. If the land is ready, why we call them heroes and heroines. And if it's not, why we call them terrorists. Noah Washington was neither. He was a revolutionary. And there was a time in this country it was not clear there was not going to be a revolution, and the time is coming again. We always call for those doves. But there are those like Noah Washington, not afraid to fly, even with no place to land. For our sister Asada Sakur, who is living in freedom in Cuba. For nearly 45 years, the United States government has maintained an economic blockade on the nation of Cuba, supporting invasion attempts, biological warfare, and armed subversion. According to all records kept in the United Nations, Cuba has been victim to more terrorist attacks than the rest of the world combined. June of 2001, Rene Gonzalez, Ramon Labanino, Fernando Gonzalez, Antonio Herrero, and Gerardo Hernandez were wrongly convicted in U.S. federal court for defending their nations against terrorists based in Miami. What in fact they did was infiltrate these terrorist organizations and expose their plans before they could be carried out, thus saving the lives of innocent Cubans and Americans. According to the words of Ramon Labanino, if defending our two nations against terrorism and saving innocent lives are the reasons I am being sentenced today, then I welcome that sentence. This has been a political trial, and we are political prisoners. Where is the reason, they asked themselves, but amidst fear and other indignities the key was lost, and reason remained behind the door, and I stayed confined on the other side in this world which is not the one I want. And though suddenly the sky filled up with shadows, let those so happy in their own gracefulness know that in my courage, terror does not function, that in my virtue, avarice does no harm, that in my truth, dignity cohabits, and that in my love, happiness always comes.
Introduce the members of the group.
Jamie Smith, Richard Cambridge, Martha Rodriguez,
Medium
Mary,
please.
and Dan
Chilbreeze.
Political prisoners are important to us, and there are many African descended political prisoners, and I do believe it is discriminated. I do believe they're discriminated against because many of them are not getting the publicity they deserve. Many of the black political prisoners, I believe, are not getting the publicity they deserve.
We're not raising it for them.
Pardon me?
That's on us. We're not raising it for them.
Exactly. So that's what we're here for today, among other things. Next we have Sister Naja X, and she will be doing a presentation on substance abuse and reoffenders, the correlation between the two. That's some love, y'all.
Good afternoon. I handed out pamphlets for everyone. Feel free to take that with you and keep that in mind. As Brother Michael said, my name is Sister Naja X, and that's the name that I've chosen to call myself. My legal name at this time is Teresa Houston. Where can I start? The pamphlet that I've given you is a service that I've implemented myself. I'm the Director of Treatment Services for TK Consulting, which we focus on substance abuse and criminal justice issues that address the African American people. It is important to know that the current policies and procedures that we have to address substance abuse and criminal justice that are in place are not designed specifically for our people. It is important that we need to know that what needs to happen is we need to implement procedures that will work and keep our people healthy, drug-free, and out of prisons. The Department of Corrections and the criminal justice system is designed to keep our people dependent and keep us in a state that we're in at this time. And you know, when we talk about the Black Agenda Conference, for me, I have a compassion, and you know, I've been working in this field for about 14 years now. And one of the agendas should definitely be that our people that are out on the streets, that are lost and, you know, lost in that lifestyle of drugs and alcohol and going back and forth to prison, we need to know that we need to stand up for them. And we need to go to them and bring them back home, because sometimes it's hard to find your way back. And a lot of times we think, you know, we have the expectation that, you know, these people are on their own. Well, if they're using drugs, they need to know how to go get help. And that is true. But they need to know where that help is at. And a lot of times, it's not hidden unless you plugged into the right source in order to know where to go and get the right help. And my goal, you know, personally, is to go out to these people that don't know what's available for them, because the information that they get sometimes is distorted. It's not for them. And when I say for them, I mean our people, the Black people in this community and throughout this nation. Because you need to understand that in order for change to happen, we need to first free our people that are caught up in drugs and alcohol, because we need them as well. And a lot of our youth today are where they're at because their parents who are caught up in that epidemic of the crack in the 80s and the heroin stuff that's going on have taken our youth. Those are their mothers and fathers that are out there. And we need to bring them back home to be with their children, because if we're going to like change a nation and build a nation for us, then that incorporates everybody. And that's the prostitute and the drug addict, and that's who I speak for today. That we need not forget about those people. And what TK Consulting will do is provide services and come up with a plan, a treatment plan that's based on Afrocentricity, should I say. In developing like cultural and spiritual and psychological things for our community and where we come from, because we don't, the values and the images that we have, it goes back a long way. So we need to really educate our people, number one, and I'm sure we all know that. But the people that are out there on the streets first need to get off the street before we can begin to, like, you know, get to where we want to be. Basically what I wanted to say, and I won't be long, is that we need to seek changes in the current criminal justice system. We need the voices to be heard to say, look, this doesn't work. Because a lot of times we blame our people. Well, he keeps going back to jail. Well, the system is designed that way. There's nothing in place right now that helps people who spend 8 to 10 years in prison. You go to prison for 8 to 10 years, and on your 9th year, they want to say, we want to start an intervention to help you back into society. That's not going to work. We need to have something that starts from the day that they walk into that door. And I don't mean someone with a key in a billy club, because these people that run the prisons are not qualified to address the needs of our people. And that is, you know, just the things that we suffer from as a Black people altogether. You know, and the word rehabilitate, you know, I don't even know if the Department of Corrections really knows what that means. It says to restore one to themselves, right? And so if you go in a crack addict, is that what you come out? Because they just restored you back to the same. So when you're saying we're going to rehabilitate, for Black folks, that's a lot of work. And to have someone sit in prison for 10 years and not address their needs, you know, it's not going to work. They're going to come out, and I guarantee you, their life, they will be angry, they will be confused, and they will be lost. And they will continue to live the way that they know, out of fear and misunderstanding. Because the powerful tool that we need is education. not just the school education, but the knowledge that we need to uplift all our people. And like I said, TK Consulting will be around. We're in the process of trying to find space in the neighborhood where them sisters, I don't know, people are from here or wherever you're from that are walking up and down in the streets. See, we don't have nowhere for them to go at that time where you can say when they get tired and they're really looking for help. And to have that place to come in and sit down and get some information, because that's where it has to start. It has to start where they're at. I can't sit behind a desk in an agency and wait for someone to refer these people to me. I have to go and get my people, because a lot of the services that we have in place are basically about making the money, like most services are. And a lot of people are turned away because they can't afford the proper health care. We know how that thing works, so they're denied the services that they need. It's very crucial that we address this issue and help rebuild our recovery nation. And like I said, the culture, the plan that I have in effect, that I plan to put into effect is just from an Afrocentric point of view, you know, teaching our children and their parents as well, you know, where we come from, you know, and our history, and allow them, you know, the opportunity to participate in their own lives. I'm going to cut this really short, and I want to thank you all, and I hope you keep this pamphlet in mind, and give me a call if you have any questions or any support you can offer me. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on the point you made about offenders, as they call them, or those who have offended or have been accused, being their addiction or their problems being addressed from day one, as opposed to being addressed when they're about to leave? Because I, for one, am an ex-convict or whatever they gonna call it, and what you said is exactly right. You know, my issues were addressed. I spent 8 years in the penitentiary, and then the minute I was about to come out, all of a sudden everybody wants to throw things to me. You know, as opposed to my needs being addressed from day one when I started my 5 to 12. No one came to me and gave me any individual counseling. No one made it an issue of or made it a point to say, yo, you need to stay connected to your family and to your community or anything like that. You know, so when I came home, pretty much everyone that was there was pretty much fell off. I had like a few people with me. All right? They don't put an emphasis on family. They don't put an emphasis on individual counseling or group counseling for that matter, on NA, AA, re-entry programs or anything like that. So could you address that issue?
Well, basically, like I said, from my opinion, I believe that the professionals in the current procedures that they use are not effective. They may have a case manager to that level. There are not really a lot of psychologists, and there are not a lot of black clinicians running around the Department of Corrections as well. And I believe that that has a lot to do with it, that you need to be addressed as the individual you are, not as the person who committed the crime, because that's what they look at. They don't look at the individual, they look at what you did and try to address that. I don't believe that the system, it's really not about rehabilitating, it really isn't.
About punishment.
And they consider it to be punishment, but after 2 years, punishment starts to become redundant and do the same thing, and it doesn't work.
They call it care and custody.
Yeah, so, you know, those are the issues that, you know, need to change, basically. We need to have our top, you know, our people, black folks that are clinicians, doctors, up in these prisons, writing treatment plans and changing those procedures to address the needs of different populations. And that's what it takes. Everybody can't recover on the same. Not because of the system. It was just the willingness and the strength that they choose to go. But a lot of people, unfortunately, can't make it. There are a lot of there are a lot of barriers that you have to cross when you come out. And when these brothers and sisters come out, few of them don't make it because it's designed where you can't get through it. Number one being the court system where everything that you have to do at a certain amount of time, plus you got to pay for it. So you got a record, you can't get a job, but you have to pay $50 every week in order to, so you can't win. You can't win. And the goal is for us not to win. And we need to come up with our own treatment for our own people. And that's it, brother. Thank you. Yeah, right. Thank you.
That was Sister Naja, and actually she's modest. She's modest. She's about to receive a master's in that field in June. She's very, very modest, and she's well versed in the top. She's nervous too, extremely nervous, for real. But that's an issue that's very, very close to me. As I said, I spent 8 years in the penitentiary, and I came out in '99. When I came home, I was faced with the quarry. And when I went in, someone told me that once I finish my time and come home and be a productive member of society, they're going to accept me. But that wasn't it. That was the big lie. That was the big lie. So, and I had to rehabilitate myself. I had to bring myself back to this state, which I'm in now. Love for my people, educate myself, and the whole nine. This is actually my alma mater. Hence, Roxbury. Anyways, next, I would like to, I actually don't know who's here, but the sister, where'd she go? She's out in the hallway talking. Okay. Is Reginald Jackson here? Huh? No. Oh, actually, I was looking for you. I'm sorry. Sister Delilah Hall is here, and she's going to be building on from grief. She's from grief to empowerment, fighting through the pain of community trauma.
Hi, my name is Dalilah. Actually, what I do, my life, my trade, is I work with youth. So you're gonna have to do a little bit because I can't sit and just talk to people. I have to be engaged, and you have to do things to help empower everyone else to get to where we need to go as a group. I'm definitely for group process. I'm not for the sterile lecture. That's just the way that I function. I'm communal. And that's really, how our kids need to learn because we're communal. So when you talk about the school system and everything failing, it's because, of course, as everyone has said earlier, we're in a foreign land. Foreign land dictates what we do, which may not be natural for us, so we have to conform. We're not, by nature, conformists. So then we start to fail in a system that's not designed for us. That's something that everybody, I'm sure everyone knows that here. So what we're going to do now, our topic was from grief to empowerment. Originally, we were going to have a youth forum. So this is going to be the youth forum from the youngest to the eldest youth. And we're going to use our imagination. We're going to use our group processing. When we leave here, I told them 40 minutes. We're going to do this in 20 minutes. That means everybody's going to have to be functioning, talk to each other. We're going to have to get things banging like one after another. On this white, if you don't have index cards, please let me know. On the white index card, I need you to think back as far as you can to the first time you experienced you lost something. It could be your stuffed animal, your bike, somebody stole your bike. It could be a divorce. It could be a family member that passed. It could be you moved out of the house, you changed schools. The first time you experience a loss or a separation, try to think of it. And if you can't put it in words, then draw a picture. And just put that on that paper, and we're going to come back to that. So you got a minute. Process, write it down, think about it, and then we're going to move to this process of grief to empowerment.
If you don't get it early, it's okay to call me real late, doesn't it?
The email is all lowercase.
Everybody's got
All lowercase.
Email, that's my
email. Okay.
19.
Yahoo.com. Got it.
There's something more special about the white one than the other colorful ones?
Yeah, there is something
Okay.
special. So use the white ones because we're doing something else with the other colors. All right, we have 10 seconds. It could be recent if you can't remember to the first loss. It can be something that is more recent to you. Put it down. What was the loss? Second step. Now that you remember the loss, what was the feeling you had when you first experienced that loss? If you can remember that feeling, write down that feeling you first experienced. Not the end result, but the first experience. Thirdly, if you can recall, how long did it take you to get from the actual event, the first feeling, and being able to deal with the actual event of loss? After you felt the feeling, whatever the feeling was, you can't get past to the next level until you get done with that feeling. So how long did it take from the loss to getting into the actual recognition that this was a loss, and now you have to move to another level of functioning through that loss? How long was that time period, if you can't remember? You can estimate, it's not a test. You know, guesstimate, estimate, do whatever you need to do. Lastly, after you experience the loss, you define the feeling that you had when you first experienced the loss. You put the time frame that it took for you to function within this feeling, within the loss. Lastly, how did it feel after that time frame left? Was it the same emotion, or did you experience a different emotion throughout that time period? Did you still stay at that first initial response, or did you have a different emotion, and what was that emotion? Everybody looks like you're done. That's for you. If you want to share, that's fine. But that's just for you so you can get into the mindset of what we're about to do. And I'm gonna go through this really quickly about grief to empowerment, because we have another step we need to take so that we can start identifying things to help youth become empowered through grief. The reason why I chose grief when they asked me to speak is because through the work that I do, I've been working with young people for, since I was 12, I was running groups for high school. We had a camp of over 500 kids. I ran a teenage group. So I was 12 and I was doing a 13 to 16 group. And we had about 20, and now we've grown to 60. That's over a long period of time. And throughout that period of time, we've had 1 year, I believe it was 94, I'm not really sure, but I believe it was around 93, 94, we had a period where we lost 18 kids within a 6-month period.
Wow.
That is a massive trauma to your community, to the family, to the school, to the growth, to college, to the employment sector. All those areas are affected, even when the youngest of the young passed. We had from a 3-year-old, oldest might have been 24. So between that span, we had 18 young people that were violently taken, not just passed, it was a violent death. So I did a lot of grief counseling, grief gap groups, and a lot of intercession, and a lot of gang intervention type things to try to calm down. It was all murders due to gang violence. So we had to do a lot of things to combat what was overtaking the community. The one was the grief of a young lady whose mother was killed. And I can't remember the whole story, there were so many, but her mother was killed, and she and her brother actually witnessed this. And it was a stabbing, so it was not just she died, but no, she watched the actual process. Her mother was stabbed 37 times, and they hid in the house during that whole process. They were in the house, and the guy didn't know, so they're hiding, and they're watching this, and you got to get all these kids that are feeling the pain of their sibling, of their classmate, of their neighbor. You have to get them all on the same page of recognizing, okay, this is what happened and this is trauma. But then you have to process young people. They were 8 and 12 at the time. You have to process them through this and say, no, it's not right. But then how are we going to become empowered so that you don't come into a cycle that you become a victim, that you can live beyond your victim status that people put you in. So we went through this grief process, and I do this with the kids in elementary school, middle school, and high school, where they recognize where the grief started in their life. Because out of a whole classroom, if this was full of young people, there would be at least 85% that either witnessed a murder, that committed a murder, that knows somebody that was murdered. That is traumatizing to anybody at any age. So when we think about the young culture, this hip hop culture, this movement, and all the just Generation X and so unruly, you can't get through to them. I'm scared of them, blah blah. We hear all these things that are compiling negative, 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 but then we don't have the flip side to say, well, what can we do? Why is this happening? Where did it come from? How did all this start? They didn't just come out start shooting. Something caused them to move and graduate to that process. There was someone before that shot, somebody before that, and somebody before that. And the process just kept growing because the cycle was moving and it just started going so fast that it's become a whirlwind. After 30 kids, I stopped counting. I don't know how many I buried after 30 because it's gotten that almost norm. And you're moving through the functions and you're just going and you deal with the families, you deal with the kids, try to make sure the community stays stable. You want to go over here, you make sure this set doesn't do nothing to this set. You don't want anybody retaliating. So you're going through the functions and not really counting anymore because you have to make sure everybody's staying stable so that one set is not killing the other. That's grief. If you can't function 2 blocks away, there's a Crips on 2 blocks up the street, there's the main street, and then there's Crips 2 blocks the other street. They can't come to the main street. The buses go down that main street. They can't get to school. They have to walk. If they have to walk over that street, that means they don't go to school, which means that they fail, or they go to another school and they find out where the address is and they get kicked out. So there's this big cycle that nobody's really paying attention to because they just see violence and they see failure. But they don't see everything that's growing all this, cultivating this. It's massive. This is like mind-blowing. If you really didn't think into the whole psyche, it'll blow your mind. It starts right here. I don't know if you can see it. Family. When you think of family, how strong do you think of a family? What is it to you right now? And what was it to you if you're an elder? When you think of a tree, all the trees that are planted out here are sturdy, stable. They're not really moving anywhere. It doesn't matter how much the wind blows unless it's a tornado. It won't blow it down. Well, family, we have a tornado. And our kids are like this. Some of them going this way. Some of them we might be able to catch. But that tornado's blowing them, and we're sitting here just talking about, well, how can we get this, and why are they like that? But actually, we need to figure out what this family look like. For our elders, this family look like this. You had the grandma, the granddad, and they were the pillars, strong. They had their seeds. They became grandparents. They had seeds. They all became parents. These are all cousins. They all had families, and that root is strong. It's not going to shake real easy. Then you come over about 90, 89, 90, when it all started with the families and separation of families and breakdown of families. Grandma, granddad, you have a seed. Mom has a dad, has a father, have kids, grandkids over here. Has another father, has kids, grandkids over here. So this mother might have 2 or 3 children, but they're not connected to this whole root because they have other grandparents. So they don't have a root. They just have branches. That's really like it's like you're trying to feed the whole town, and you're the sharecropper, and you have to feed the whole town, but you only have 5 seeds, and you got 1,000 people that are hungry. Somebody's going to starve. These kids are starting to fall through because this family tree's getting broken up. Then you have grandparents over here, and you might have another seed from these grandparents. The root, wow, she has one baby's father, another baby's father. Somehow, these 2 branches meet up because they don't know each other, because you have a father and grandparents over here, then you have father and grandparents over here, and their seeds kind of meet up. And then the tree becomes just a branch, and it's not a tree anymore. So you have these families that are sort of micro-families inside of a micro-family, inside of a micro-family, inside of a micro-family. I don't know if anyone ever experienced this. I had a girl who has 15 brothers and sisters, 4 of which she knows are her mothers. The other are her fathers. One of the sisters dated one of the brothers, and they didn't find out until they had what? A baby. And they were brother and sister because they had the same father, but did not know it. That's what happens to our family tree. That's trauma. We have trauma and violence. We have trauma in the family structure. The third type of trauma is this cycle of abuse that we have. Now, Sister talked about the drug abuse. We have drug abuse. We have parent against child abuse. We have child against parent abuse. Now, that's becoming very prevalent. And grandparent. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but that is something that's really prevalent, that children are starting to be raised by their grandparents. And once they're old enough, they're strong enough and bad enough, they're going to raise up against grandparents, because grandparents kind of tired. Like, okay, do what you got to do. And starts to break down. You have all these different types of traumas that are coming in, and you have the babies that are growing up in the cycle, and the violence is causing a massive cloud of grief over the community. All those 3 areas of violence. So what we're going to focus on, as you think about that, think of all these things that are systemic, not just the cause, not just the ultimate what you see at the end, the result of it. We want to see what are the things that are important to you that you can definitely pinpoint as an issue that needs to be addressed for young people. You don't have to be young to know this. You don't have to be in high school to know this. But what is it that you see that needs to be addressed so that young people can be empowered to get through this whole system of grief that I'm not going to go through because we only have 10 more minutes. The system of grief is so traumatic. It's not just with death. Anytime you separate, you receive a loss. And if you have one person, how many people do you know that may have died violently? Can you go over 10? Over 10, how many?
Maybe a little under 10.
A little bit under 10? How many? 2? That's good. I'm glad for you for that. How many elders can say they lost 10 of their friends before they got out of high school? Totally separate culture. Totally separate reality. Totally separate identity. You can't identify because it didn't happen. That is, when you lost your parent, that was grief. Oh, you separated. That was something that you thought you would never live through. Imagine 10 of your friends. But no one's addressing it. Nobody's saying, you know what, this is a hurt piece. Our kids are really mad, and they're mad and angry. I heard brother say earlier, they're angry. They're not angry, they're hurt. You lose so many things. You're hurt when you lose your car keys. You're like, oh man, I can't believe I lost my car keys. You know, you're hurt when you lose $5. You hurt when you go outside and your car ain't there. That's hurt. But imagine an emotion of a person being absent from you forever, non-replaceable. You can replace all those things. You can get new keys, you can get a new car, you can get insurance. Nothing brings back whatever's laying right there. That's it. If you can picture that in your mind, then say, well, what is it that we have to start to address now and that we can write up and create so that when we start the resolutions, those who are going through this grief and trauma can go to the next generation coming up and say, you know what? Ecstasy's not going to take away the grief. You know what? If you're going out and you're sleeping around, that's not going to take away the grief. You know, and I don't care how many people you kill, your boy's still there. And that's not going to take away the grief. But we have to address that so that they can recognize this is not going to take away all this pain in here. They don't want to seem like, oh, I'm so soft. You know, I got pain. My boy's going to... Because they have that mask of nothing's going to bother me. I can't let anyone see it bother me. I'm just going to keep moving on. The next one dies, I'll just get a tattoo here, and get RIP everywhere, which is not going to bring anybody back either. So all these things that are masking the grief and trauma, we got to figure out how can we empower these young people to say, I've suffered, but I'm not going to be a victim and suffer any longer. I want to do A, B, and C, and D, and I'm gonna get there. How are we gonna get them there? That's the question. If we're here to work, we got to get down and work. So I want you, everybody that has a blue sheet like this, if you can come up front, because we're gonna get together in groups. And we're gonna take 10 minutes for these groups. And now, when you get in your groups, I'll explain what you're gonna do. So if the blue can come down front, if the yellow can come over here, if the pink can come in the middle. Let me see what else we got. What other color we got? Pink, yellow, green, purple. Purple can go to the back. We got another color. We got pink, blue, yellow in the middle, purple in the back. And this is so you can mix it up, because everybody knows each other that you sat by. So now you gotta talk to somebody else. You gotta talk to somebody you don't know. You got blue. What color you have?
You got yellow.
Oh man, you got to go. Yeah, you gotta go. You got yellow. You gotta go. Find your group. Get to know your group. Introduce yourself to your group. Then I'm gonna give you your assignment for your group. Pink's right here. Blue's right here. Purple's in the back. We got yellow. Can we get all the yellow to raise your hand? Who's yellow? Yellow, yellow. Are you yellow? No more yellows? Right here. Okay. Yellows? Right here, go with my man Mike.
I'm just gonna move this coat. I don't know what it was.
Do you have, sister, do you have a...
No, I need a coat.
Okay, you can be yellow too. We're gonna have some yellow. Right here, get the yellow. Yellow? Right here. Y'all 4 yellows. How you doing? Let me explain to you what we're doing. I'm gonna give you a card. Can you raise your hand if you're green? Anybody green? Alright, you're not bad. Yes. Purple, raise your hand. Purple card, all the way to the back. We need 2 cards. Pink, pink right here in the middle. Okay, green. Did you get cards? Green. I don't know what color you got.
Take them over there.
Okay, you got it.
You're blue.
Anybody need to find out where they are? And you need colors?
I have a green.
You have a green? Let's switch you up to purple. Switch you up to purple. Now everybody has a spot. Introduce yourselves real quick so you know who you're speaking with.
She was just explaining what she was explaining. Now she's about to give us some.
Anybody need markers? Get a marker. Need a marker? All I ask is that you bring my marker back.
Chris, I thought you were gone.
I was, and then I put in the rock and I stayed.
Marker? Okay. All right, everybody met each other. That's good. Next, what we're going to do, I need you on this blue paper, the pink paper, yellow paper, whatever color you have, I need you to write just your own. Don't communicate about this. Write the most important issue to you that concerns our community and our children. What is the top issue to you? Just write that down.
Well, does it have to be an existing one that has been identified already?
No, it's just whatever it is to you, whatever, it could be anything. Whatever it is to you that is really close to your heart, you have passion about. Write down on your specific colors whatever it is that you have passion about in our community pertaining to our youth. is, I want you to flip it over and make it one word. If you can put it in one word, make it one word. Express yourself by writing it out, and then flip over the card and make it one word.
Say it again.
Whatever it is that you wrote out that's a concern, I want you to consolidate it to one word. Flip it over and write that one word on the back.
If it's already one word,
If it's already one word, cool. Make it real big. Flip it over, make it real big, one word.
Both sides.
If it's one word, that's, if you had to write it out, then, okay, just one word, real big.
You need to be able to see it from there.
What we're going to do is we're going to troubleshoot. Troubleshooting means we're going to throw all these up on the board. And when we throw them on the board, I got this tape right here, and I need my man right here going to help me. And we're going to put it up on the board in categories. After we put it in categories, we're going to narrow it down to 4 main categories. After those 4 main categories, we're going to put objectives under each 4 categories. And that will be our start to this resolution that we'll have for the young people. Okay? Yeah, you can do yours first. I need someone to volunteer to scoop up everybody's. Thank you. Sister's going to scoop up everybody's and bring them up. Next, while she's scooping up everybody's, I gave everyone a group packet. All different colors. It doesn't matter what color. But I need you all to communicate on this one. I need you to go take about 2 apiece, and write down the next 2 things that are dear to you, that you really want to see change in our community for our young people. That you want to see change, not a problem, but what do you want to see change? And then I need you to communicate about that so that everyone can put their groups together. Okay, because if it's all the same, like education or something, I want you to pile all of your like ones together as a group. So talk about it, compile them. Could you repeat?
I got one more. You said about 2, right?
Yes.
I got you. I need one more.
Something we want to see change.
Yes, I need y'all, as a group, talk about it, find your categories, and develop groups about what it is you want to see change. Is that clear? As a group, what do you want to see change? But you can do it individually, but then compile it so that you have groups of, like, maybe it's education, maybe it's employment, health, family structure, something, but try to get it as concise as possible as a group. Do we have all our... Okay.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, talk as a group, what it is that's important to you. So your group's going to present this. So tell us as a group what's important. Based on the individual. It takes a lot of talking.
I put education. I put personality.
Strength and power.
I would say social behavior.
I think education ties into the part of the I think education for us as Black people, we need to know more about our history and who we are as people, because that's just really more so and who we are, our identities. Then we can love one another like we love ourselves, and love one another and be like the cause or the way to stop certain things like consequences of each other or things that we do to hurt ourselves. You know, that would help social things, social behavior, like that. If I take it on and you'll be more proud of you. It'll build up self-esteem. It'll build up a lot of things like within ourselves, so we know how to interact with each other.
We're going around and see what we have. We're going around and see what we had on the yellow.
So you said you think it's exactly, so that's what she said.
That's what she asked?
What was on it? Corey?
What about our freshmen? As a people, is
that a
You supposed to keep
problem?
them up? You supposed to collect them?
Yeah.
Keep the ones you have in your fridge.
But I think not so much.
Ones you have right now, put
No,
your
I
group.
think it's the mental. I think it's the mental. I know
First
that.
round, yeah, you said.
Could we put them both together, like mental and physical health?
Well,
You slacked on the job because you know.
It wasn't me, bro.
Now, the other two, you have something that, something that,
We would like to see change.
right, okay, I would like to see the decriminalization of youth.
Change.
That's the change. Youth by definition are, black youth by definition are viewed as being criminals. I want to see that change.
Beautiful.
Respectful.
Geneva.
Yeah.
Actually, gonna say about a couple
I pick.
Oh, those, which one you pick?
not
To elaborate? Basically, I was attempting to do that. Basically, what it is police officers like day one, just by sight of the scene, automatically. For example, I have this youthful appearance. Although I'm 38 years old, I still have this youthful appearance and I'm off of view because I dress this way. Lifestyle. But when I put on the suit and ties, do things that require that, you know, I still get that look, but it's not as much if I act this way. Although I'm still the same person. So they accept the suit and tie. So it's, you know, it's a lack of nourishment as well. You know,
We need to respect each other.
You do.
or some kind of level fit for two, you know, like my mother listens to everything all the time, you know, just two different worlds, but some non-way. And at the same, I guess that intertwined with the time. We started a lot of people that.
We think what Rita Franklin says is very, that's our thing, but little Kim is like,
Some of us
really tight. Yeah, maybe that wasn't a good example, but something like that.
Y'all got Rita Franklin, you got
Yeah.
Yeah. We can meet on the level, but then again, no
Be about what I learned, you know, when I come home.
I don't know how you came in here and got in charge of this group.
I'm just not trying to be in charge.
Well, then you go.
Matter of fact, I'm being polite.
Lady, being chauvinistic is not being polite.
Okay, you told me my turn. Labor mobility.
Okay.
I'd like to see labor.
I think that's a must. I
guess if we
we got to choose.
I know we had to choose one thing.
This is kind of quick.
Yeah, we had to choose one thing we think is the first and foremost. Yeah, family structure, yeah.
That's also the role, positive role.
Yeah.
But just like you said, you can have a family structure, but everybody's family is not role model.
That's true.
True.
Community structure.
Yeah.
He was raising a child.
Right. Yeah.
Community what?
Community structure.
Community support.
Yeah. My kid went to one of y'all went on me with this check on me.
neighbors are neighbors anymore, really. You know?
That's so true.
Getting on each other.
The ultimate political statement, right? And strength.
No, I don't. 202. 529. 423. Yeah, decent. If you don't get me early, 617. I saw it right there. Good. I'll be here in a second.
It sounds like a real
That should make you so up.
Not as far as civil rights, like not necessarily saying like the civil rights movement, like what black people built, not saying comparing it to that, but as a civil rights issue, as in like it's not a civil rights issue.
It's a special rights issue. They want special rights for special lifestyle that they chose to get into. That's a choice. Civil rights is you wake up and you're black by birth. You choose to be.
But how do you explain that to somebody who believes that they woke up and they've been doing all
Just like we're explaining it to you now.
Exactly.
That's right.
Do like this and say,
but I'm not understanding.
okay,
Well,
here we
we
go.
haven't
You
talked about it
say
long.
you got a TV, but you need an antenna. The miles are moving on your picture screen, but it's a little fuzzy. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna adjust these antennas and straight out. And when
We gonna get this right quick.
it's gonna come out to you clear that that's out of order
To
for
take
you
that
sitting there.
whole argument, you don't have grandmother and grandfather. Where your family tree at?
They gone.
Where your tree at?
Where you gonna get?
It's not a tree anymore, it's a plant. And a plant can step on a plant. The kids, who are they gonna grab onto? As far as what sustains them as a family, as history, as solid. Where are they coming from? Then, why do you think that they're allowing it so readily?
I'm not understanding. Like,
Why do you think that is becoming acceptable right now and lawmakers are saying it's acceptable?
That what is becoming?
I thought they weren't. I thought they
No,
were.
like marriages, you can marry, you know.
Oh,
and
it is right now.
it's
That's
still-
why they stand on the city hall steps in California.
And you can
Saying,
get
hurry
married.
up before they switch up. Let's go get married.
I don't believe it as a marriage or maybe civil union. Because if you've been with somebody,
What's the
but
difference?
there is a difference because they're not necessarily fighting for marriage. Like I believe that marriage is
You
a
better
sacred
get
thing
your-
and that
your
you know it should be
thoughts.
between a man and a woman. But they're fighting for more so
this.
benefits than
Watch this.
anything.
Watch
Not you
this.
know what I'm saying?
Well, it should be a
Man's
fight
not made
for
for
benefits.
man,
Those are
woman
just
is
human
like-
rights.
That's
You
right.
shouldn't be
It
trying
shouldn't
to
be
tweak
trying to
people's
go to the
alternative
altar.
lifestyle
I
at
don't
the
believe
expense
that. No.
of tweaking something.
But that's what.
Okay,
But
watch
you
this.
can say
That's why I said it's
alternative.
Watch
another
this,
whole
watch this.
subject.
Let me
I
help
knew
you
that
out.
was gonna
Now, what about people who are dog lovers, right? And all of a sudden, I want to marry my dog. My dog need to have some rights. If I die, I want to turn everything over to my dog. What about people who want to have
your brother.
or first cousin? People, oh, it's popular now. I want to marry my
He
first
lives with me
cousin.
anyway. He might as well get my benefits if I die. We're living in the same
You're
house.
opening up the can of worms for everybody. And see, right now people say, oh, that's ridiculous when you say an animal or you say a little kid or a child or something like that. So that's going into the ridiculous, right? But years ago they laughed at. You'd have never believed 20 years ago that we'd be having a discussion over men trying to marry men or women trying to marry women.
Can I ask a question?
If we're trying to protect marriage, then why not protect marriage as a whole? Because when homosexuality comes up, then everybody's like, oh, let's protect marriage. But yet, and still you have people willing to marry couples. You have people willing to marry couples who should not be married. You know what I'm saying? People who just aren't ready for marriage. So that's why I get upset because it's a big thing.
That's when you get into
That's
but
another whole
God.
subject.
See, man or woman can always be but God because that's what He created. So if they but God in there, it can work. But God ain't in.
That's right.
Ain't in
Two
that, so it's not
questions.
gonna work.
Two questions I think are very important. How many sexes are there? And your last question, what is God? Now, how many sexes are there?
Two.
You know what? Do you know what hermaphrodite is?
They were moving.
Yeah.
They got stuck right there.
Like not like doesn't reproduce.
Yeah, we
like
moving.
somebody just
Shaking and moving.
Not
All
a
right.
What sex is a hermaphrodite?
All right, family.
They
This
do
is what we're
exist.
going to do.
Yeah, they do.
We
That
have
wasn't a
all
question.
these groups right here. I want to get a consensus that these groups are adequate, that we put them in the right spot, and I need to know where you think music needs to go. So check this out. This is education. Under education, we put history and school.
Music.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, let's get through all of them, and then we'll come back and see where we need to adjust some of them, okay? Corey Act. Everybody familiar? I wasn't, so I'm going to put you down. That's when our brothers and sisters come out of the federal pen or something, and they can't access things that we may be able to access because they do have a record from those jobs, can't go out of the country, can't do some political things.
Housing.
Housing, definitely.
Education.
You can't get
The kid gets
you can't get a career.
The kid gets
No.
loans.
And if you have felony charges, you
gonna buy?
lose all constitutional
You
rights.
can't
So
vote,
you
you
can't
can't
even vote. So you
Well,
just
not
lost
all
everything.
constitutional rights.
All of them.
You can't vote. So,
Which, there's a whole thing about the value of voting that
Oh,
we're
okay, I
going to
can
talk
vote.
about.
Yeah.
Actually, I can vote.
okay.
I can vote. You know?
Well,
Yeah, you
it's
just
very
can't vote when you're in
specific.
jail.
Right. Yeah. Very
So
specific.
here you
But
can.
Pretty
I
much,
know.
you're pretty much set up to return.
Right.
That's
So,
What does that
that's
stand for?
Corey.
Criminal offender
record information.
information. Thank you.
Okay, so then we got under there destruction. Then we have capitalism as a government organization, liberation and DMC, and it stands for disproportionate minority contact, meaning the disproportionate imprisonment and harassment of communities of color, overrepresentation of minorities in prison, the juvenile justice system.
Oh, yeah.
So that was under here, right? Right.
It's under capitalism.
We got a word.
Remember, that's the yellow card.
You don't think it's
Okay,
under
we're gonna come
capitalism?
back. We're gonna come back.
That was
We're gonna come back.
not.
Family. We got under family, self-determination. You only can determine yourself when you know who yourself really is.
Indeed.
So family values come from your family. Love, family. This is the ideal.
No,
Leadership, family.
the category would be values. All those are
What do
values.
you think? Put it on the.
Flip it.
We'll
All
do
of
that
those
in a minute. We're
okay.
gonna go through them first.
All of those are values.
We're gonna go through them, then we'll come back and we'll dialogue. All right, we got under help. Help with drugs and alcohol, impact the family structure, help with violence. All these were violence and all these were drug and alcohol. So, we're gonna come to music. Consensus, where should we put music, fam?
I think
Education.
Education.
All right? Wow, it's right there.
Don't think values?
I don't think
I
so.
don't
Yeah.
think music under the values?
No.
Unless some values coming through our music.
music is a big part of our history.
Education.
Music is a
Education.
big part of history.
It's a big
Hold
influence.
on.
True indeed.
Okay, let's
Education is a
dialogue.
value.
Music, go ahead.
I believe music was a big part of our history, and also with I'll say conscious rap music or any rap music, kids are being educated, whether it be negatively educated or positively educated by rap music or any type of music whatsoever. So I believe music is a part of education.
Okay, that's
Also-
all right, right here, she was next. And then we're gonna go 3, 4, 5.
Well, I believe that it could pretty much fall under any category because the way that the music is put out there for our kids is everywhere. It's on commercials, it's in school, it's through their communications with each other. And so it affects just about all of the values that they have, how they process information that they receive. And so it will fall under many different categories. It may, music today encourages negativity. So therefore, sometimes it might say, hey, smoke a blunt. Or it might say, come on, y'all, I want you to go out here and shoot this person with me, or whatever. And
Hold up, sister, save that, because we gotta hear that. We gotta hear that, so I want you to say that.
And over time, I'm just saying that music has always been part of a movement and a revolution. So.
Let me just stick up for music. Music for me is not. It doesn't have any it has its own category. It's rap. It's symphony. It's jazz. It's educational. It's all of that, and it really crosses boundaries, and it doesn't have any like little box that it could be in. You know, it can go from the violin to the cello to the
turntable.
beatbox, to the turntable,
To the brother on the block with the pots and pans.
It does not belong in a box, it belongs in education.
It doesn't belong in the box. Okay, go ahead, brother. Straight. All right.
What she said?
Right here. Hold up. We got 1, 2, and then 3.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, education, first of all, is a process by which you acquire certain things: knowledge, values, habits, skill, and attitude. Music is most likely a skill. Keep in mind that music is a pleasant noise or sound, rhythm, beat, and harmony. Some of that stuff you hear, if it's not pleasant to you, then it's not music, it's just noise. So I would say it goes on education.
Okay.
I would say it's a value because values are things that we consider worthwhile. So and it's neutral in terms of being balanced. Depends on how you interpret it. So I wouldn't characterize music as being responsible for behavior.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, wait a second.
Two things. One is that I think to use the overall category of education is too limiting. What you're really talking about, specifically when you're talking specifically about music, you're talking about culture, and that the expressions of a people, of a society, all of which is learned. So in that regard, it goes into education. But the larger issue, category is really culture.
Okay. Go ahead, brother. You said something coming? Thank you, sir. All right, we coming up to you.
Finished it off. I'm getting happy.
Speak up a little bit so we can all
Music has no structure basically in everything that we do. And it's like if we had certain morals and characteristics and principles that keep us going, then we would see music reflected in something. So it's kind of interesting. So we can't really put
All right, brothers.
Yes. So I want to just piggyback that because music is a reflection of the person that is either playing it or doing it or writing it. And so music is really sound. It's sound. And so whatever sound is encouraged by you, that is in you, that is of your education, is of your spirit, of your feeling, happy or sad, or
Okay, we got
music.
We got baby
You know,
sis.
So education.
Bring it. Give it back to cousin Ruckus. Come on.
I'm done. I just feel
Done,
like
can we
I
feel?
agree with her. It's partially cult. I mean, music. What can I say? They are.
I don't know because you back there doing this.
It definitely something from. This is about communication. Why her views might be different from hers, and mine might be different from his. You know, so like, I don't know. I say put it in education.
Okay. 1, 2, and 3, and then we want to vote on this music thing.
Well, it's inspirational for me also, too. So it comes from up above because I think what comes out inspires, whenever it inspires somebody else, I think it's from the man upstairs.
Okay.
So musically speaking, I think when somebody learns from a song or when a song touches somebody, it is the inspiration from God.
I'm not going to interject much, but how about if it inspires you to do something negative? Is it inspiration? I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because you had the inspiration, but then there's a flip side to that, and they inspired to,
do a lot of other things.
Do a little.
Yeah.
Could I put one last 3 words on something?
After
Oh, I'm sorry.
1 and 2,
Oh, I
then
thought she was
3.
finished.
Could we make music a category itself and then break it down into all of these things that we're saying about it? Make music a category itself.
You could do that with everything
That's
up.
what I was going to say. I was going to say
Sure
music
could,
is a category in itself because music is a vibration and energy. You know what I mean? And one person's perception of how music impacts them and how they respond to it or react to it might be different with another person. So music could be education, it could be values, it could be spiritual, it could be moral. You know, it could be the lower self, it could be the higher self. So I think music it should be characterized by itself, and then we can move from there.
Certainly, music is not going to divide us.
Right. You know what? My bad. This is my bag. And this.
That's some sound.
I just now looked at the top of it. Destruction. Is that what that is? Music and destruction? Is that saying music? That is destructive matter towards young people?
That's not.
Whose is this?
Right.
Who's that was you? Oh, okay. What were you meaning? So we all have that collective. What were you meaning?
just the way that, it's just the way that the music that is being made by black people, seems to have this destructive pattern going on in terms of how it is affecting our kids.
Okay, we can accept that, that's. No, we have to accept everyone, we have to accept everyone's value. And that's why she put it on there.
Well, I can elaborate and explain.
Okay, we're gonna give it an opportunity.
They felt that.
1 second.
When there's a point of order, ladies.
Yes.
There's a point of order.
It's not that, what we're beyond what she was saying, and what we're doing, we're trying to say what category, whether it's destructive or constructive, where does music belong?
Right,
So it's a
now that we know
different
that
question.
she's meaning destructive music,
I got a technical.
but where does it go?
I got a technical.
But see,
Listen, here's a technical. Here's the technical. The technical right here is this.
Hold on, because I'm out co-facilitating. Don't be taking over. This brother, it was his turn.
This is just
right here.
technical.
Hold on, no technical.
Time out! I got time until,
She pointed at me.
hold up.
Keep it on.
What time is it? It's 5.
Music has
5
no
minutes to
lyrics.
5. We have 5 minutes. So, what's gonna happen? Wait a minute. What's gonna happen is my sister right here elaborated on what she felt
Right, she did.
on here, right?
Right.
So we're not here to really
No, I'm
dialogue
not.
the theology
That's right.
of music.
No.
It is the main root. We're focusing on our young people. Our young people are not being violated by gospel. They're not being violated by jazz. They're not being violated by classical because they don't listen to it. What is the destructive nature that people think is the violating culture of music? What is it? Pinpoint it, say it, address it.
Lyrics.
Lyrics?
Because music with no lyrics doesn't hurt anyone.
It's not the music, though. It's not the music.
Then it's not.
It's not the music, it's the mindset.
Okay, hold it up. Our black family, hold it up. Do you see why our black family cannot come to a resolution? Because we talk too much out of order. Now we gotta have order, because when I do things, I like order. And if we're not gonna finish this and get some resolution that we need, if we don't have order. So you talking to each other, nobody can hear in the back what you're saying, and they might have something they need to interject that will help turn the whole thing around. So we have to be respectful of that. Where my finger goes, that's who speaks. Not because I'm authoritative, but because we have to have order. Okay? And we only have a couple minutes. And it's getting good, and we didn't even finish what we needed to do. But this is good because we can always move from here. And it's a start. This is definitely a start. And I'll go back tonight and I'll put it all in categories, and we can come back tomorrow and get gritty with it again. But for right now, we're going to hear from people that did not have an opportunity to express. That's 1, 2, and 3. And their music is going to be cut, and we're going to go back to our groups, and we're going to find out what your groups have so we can categorize those. All right?
Real quickly, I just add to what I said before. Music
Yeah, okay.
Music is the universal language. You might not understand someone verbally, but you can understand their music. And keep in mind, what education is formal and informal. We get music formally as well as informal, and I think a lot of what you're speaking of, the destructiveness, is the informal, that which we get the community at large, not at the formal institutions.
Right.
That's why I place it on education.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, when we started this, you said to write on the card what we would want to see change in our young people. And music.
That's the second.
No.
That's not what the first one is. What is the issue that's most important to you that affects the young people? So the second one, the second one is that.
All right. So I was a little confused. I was trying to figure out why
we
we
ain't
stuck
on
on
the second one.
music.
Sit you down.
We stuck on music.
ahead.
Why are we stuck
That's
on
why I
music?
said leave it a category of its own. Then when we
Who was the last one? Okay, go ahead.
All right, I agree with her. I agree with what you said right here about music being a universal thing and it's direct and indirect. I don't agree with what you said that music with no lyrics can't make you feel anything. And music can bring you
I
up.
didn't say that.
What did you say? Music with no lyrics, what?
I said music is music, not lyrics.
No, you said music without lyrics. But sometimes music without lyrics can invoke emotion. It can make you happy, it can make you sad, it can make you angry, it can make you tranquil or whatever. So that's why I didn't agree with what you said. So verbal doesn't have too much to do with it. Music can make you feel any way. So if you listen to a classical music and all it is music, you will read over your lyrics in a gospel song. It can do the same thing as a 50 Cent song. It can make you mad, it can make you mad, it can make you want to go out and smoke a blunt. It's dissonance. Music has that kind of power.
Okay, are you about to tell me we gotta stop?
No, I just want to say.
Oh, then you can't talk, he was first.
I should have said that. See what you're saying? Go ahead.
I was gonna say music is a manifestation of all of that stuff. You go through certain things, you know what I'm saying? That's called soul food or music. It's a way, it's like a TV screen, bringing out information.
Okay.
Everything that's going on.
Now, I do want to say this. And does anybody see this as I do? Because I'm like pretty much a common sense thinker. But we spend a lot of time on music, as do the children do with videos and songs on the streets. They're spending more time with videos and songs on the streets as opposed to being in school and getting educated. So we're doing the same thing here in an informal way. Okay? So I think we should move on.
You better watch her 15 minutes.
Well, you know where music's gonna go? Because my sister right here said that she was feeling it was destructive and she related it to how she felt. So her category for this was actually under values. Am I correct or am I incorrect? Or was it education?
I just put it as what your question was.
It's important.
What do I see is that is most affecting the youth?
Okay.
And I said music because that's what seems to be moving them right now. And I'm not saying that. Wait. But can I just say that I'm not saying that music is destructive or causing destruction. I am not saying that by any means. What I am saying.
I'm gonna say it. Music. Love it. I love it. You know, I like that. But when he's telling you what you gotta do to this female so you can get your 8-pound stomp, dude's gonna really feel that. And he's gonna come to you with it. And you can say no, but when you're 25, come see me. Because that's what's banging. What goes in, woo! That's what you're gonna become if that's what's going in. Bang, 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 bang,
I'd
bang.
rather keep playing in your head. It's gonna slip in
You
your
don't
spirit.
say it. You don't say it. I'm not gonna become that dirty, nasty little John. But if little John keep telling me the
That's the commercial stuff. And you putting out the commercial stuff. Like every album, I learned from putting in the most
You don't listen to that?
or Nas album.
That's cool.
I don't consider it music. Well, my aspect of music is something completely
Can I get you a half hour on that?
Pop is
One of them edge on say,
completely
Give me a
different.
thank you. Cash for that.
For real.
Go ahead. And my bad.
Let's come
But yeah, we're supposed to vote, but this is Youth Day, and if they got something to say, they gonna say it. But I'm not disrespecting my elders, but this is really their day, and they got some stuff they want to say to us. You know, they got some things that we need to hear because we don't sit down and talk to them to find out why does somebody like
come
Ludacris
together and have a panel about
Youth,
you
and
know
don't
what
let
I'm
the
saying?
youth
With
say
He might get on something that's important. It's like, let's go to move on.
Yeah, this is for real. This is so good. It's so good. I love process. Thank you. I love process and I respect process. But when it's time, when they got to speak, you know, we can always do this
Yield the
because we
floor to
got
the young
it.
people.
But this is why we here to find out what's really in here. We can't tell them what's in here because we ain't there.
And even aside from that, we can't say music is like, I don't know, you can't put it in, I mean, there was all, back in my day, my mother's day, there was music she listened to, you know what I'm saying, that was highly sexual, that was highly, it didn't just start like, oh, the young people getting together. It's some songs that I done listened to from a few people that I could question.
That we sampling now because it came from back then. You know what I'm saying?
Is there a difference? All right, so you're saying there's a difference.
It's a value that has changed, a value that will change, and a value that needs to be regulated. That's what she's talking about.
Exactly.
Do y'all feel that? That music does need regulation?
It has changed, it will change, and it needs to be regulated.
It's like freedom of speech on.
No, we're not gonna go to freedom of speech. We're talking about for our kids' sake, for your kids' sake. Do you think that they need to listen to back that thing up, and when you're in it, put your hand on the floor and bounce? Do you think your daughter should hear that? On the radio?
Probably not. We teach them proper values, they won't be interested. And that's what we need to change, is how we, what values we instill
feeling
you
now.
know what?
Oh, you got raised your
You
hand.
play that music all day.
You was raising your hand? I'm ready to see you, my bad. Brother on the
But
block.
keep in mind, back in the day, we had songs like Skin Tight and other joints like that, so we should, and Nappy Dugout and everything like that. Don't front though.
The other thing about, there are two points. One is that the sentiment of the community was that was not music that young people that of a certain age should be listening to. In fact, some of those records was hidden in the bottom of the closet. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is that it was by analogy and metaphor as opposed to the express lyrics of today.
Set you up. You know you heard that.
Yeah, but that's a whole bunch of different, that's very different
from what you
from
had.
saying I wanna F you till you bleed, okay? That's
No, I'm saying it's the same. No, that's Thank you, family. We're gonna put this in a category episode, and we'll do it's cool. Dialogue is good. Dialogue is good. Dialogue is good. That's by itself. And that definitely can go. That can be a whole nother joint by itself. And we can sit here and talk about lyrics, and we can talk about why the lyrics are like they are. We can talk about how the Jewish society tells the rappers what they have to perpetuate so that the young people can hear it, so that they can continue the cycle, and it just keeps repeating, and then it goes back. Talk about that. Whoa!
And why are we susceptible to it?
And why?
Whose values
That's
are
the
those?
question.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it can go in the category what y'all want to do. Y'all want to do a music session? I'll bring up some music up in this.
Could I ask one question?
Yes.
Do you learn values?
Pardon me?
Do you learn values?
Absolutely.
So learning is what?
Education.
Thank you.
Education is a value. Because some people don't care for the.
Yeah. Now, if you say learning, you're learning all the time. So that could be under learning, but under education, maybe not. But learning is a constant motion, a constant act. You're always learning. Even if you're sitting sterile, you're learning something. You just might not be acting upon it.
And what we need to understand is that we don't go to school just to get education. What we're doing right here is some of the best education you're going to get. You learn. Your first teachers are your parents, education. So that's informal education. Please let's us not forget that.
All right, we're going to wrap this up because you said so.
Are you finished?
No, but you
Roll
said
with it. Roll with it. Keep on rolling.
I want you to go with that because as you said, this is a youth issue, and this is like one of the main ones that's only addressed to youth.
This been going on
And
for
talk to
years.
you. And there's a few youth here. There should be more, but go ahead.
Okay, we got permission. Go.
I wanted to go back to the category of capitalism. Capitalism is an economic system. It's not a system of government. So it is an inappropriate choice of a label. Now you might want to change it to, what else do you have? White supremacy.
Is it a category by itself? Is there anything under here? Do you think?
What are the other two things that you have under?
It's liberation and DMC, disproportionate minority contact.
Okay, that's a function of white supremacy.
Okay.
The disproportionate minority contact is a function of white supremacy, the object of which is to contain and control and to crush the spirit of people of color generally and youth of color particularly.
So should we switch it around?
No.
No, capitalism as a category.
That's what I'm saying. Should we switch it around?
It's an economic system.
What's the one you put in?
Liberation from capitalism and from supremacy? So can we just switch that?
No.
Is that agreeable? No?
No.
What do you want to do?
It's an economic system based on exploitation.
Okay. So where we going to put this?
I could
But
thought some of those other things are a consequence of the system.
Of capitalism.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I think what needs to happen is that there needs to be another category created that embodies all three of those elements. And it probably has to do with governance. The category is governance as opposed to,
Well, in response to the question of what would you like to see about our youth, and I guess I was looking at how they buy into a world view of capitalism, how they buy into exploitation. That's what I.
Should that go under values?
I think value should have its own category, and capitalism should go under it, and some other things. So value should have its own
Yeah, we ain't gonna do that one.
The
'Cause
category.
Those ain't our values.
That's
Those
just
ain't our values.
keep it there.
Well, I don't know about that,
Yeah,
but,
well, we're talking about values.
Time. One person.
It doesn't have to be our values. We're not saying they're our values, but if you put values as a category, then there's all the things that go under there that influence the values of
We put values up to
society.
right here.
So capitalism is something that influences, changes, corrupts the values of our youth today. So,
but see, values.
Hold on, let's
That's
stick
what learned values. Right, and that's what I was
Let's stick
challenging.
with capitalism and leave values for right now so that we can complete capitalism and see where that's going.
I think that what I'm challenging you all on is the choice of words, your choice of words for categories.
Okay.
That they tend to be too limited. For instance, the use of the term education, you're thinking about formal, structured, public education as opposed to lifelong learning. So that wound up getting us into a trap about the whole thing about music. Capitalism is an economic system. No, it's as an example. So I think that for the sake of accuracy, it may be useful to create two categories. One is economics, and the other is politics, or because the other two are political, right? Liberation and
That's what, if this is economic, would economics be undervalued? Family value, or no?
It's too.
It's not up there. That category is not up there. Economic, no one wrote economic.
how did they define capitalism? That's
Capitalism is an
that
economic
yours?
system based on
you wrote
exploitation. No, he wrote. But there is a classic dictionary definition for the word. It's not something that you just make up.
Okay, we're gonna work we're gonna work off of what he was meaning in this, and what he was meaning in this was in regard to youth, and they're buying into what the culture says you need to buy. Capitalistic society, you need to buy this to be this, right? Materialism. Wow.
But that's materialism.
So, where do we want to pick capitalism, or do we want to move it to
A structural question in response to.
Okay.
You want us to eventually consolidate all these into one category, into one.
Not one. We're going to pick the one that has the most, and it seems to be violence and family and then education that has the most impact in this room right now, because the other ones had 2 and 3, and these have over 4.
Has the most what impact in this room?
Under values.
What type of impact? Positive, negative?
Any
When
type
you
In
say
terms of a
impact?
response, because everybody put it on
Oh.
their card.
Yeah.
Now, you're not putting under values, but under family.
Exactly.
Because you didn't want to make values a
Some
category.
of them tie together.
You know what? Blau. How about that? It'll be family, it'll be values and capitalism. Do you value capitalism, don't you? Is that a value? So it will be family, and then we'll sum it into values. Blau. Like that. Now, the objective, so we can get beyond this point, is to incorporate this into a statement. So it can fit into a statement. All of these things under family can fit into a statement if we are creative. Help, violence, drugs, family stress, this is all violence. This can fit into a statement. We're looking at an action statement for 1, 2, 3. That's what we're looking for, action statements. We're not going to get to that now. We might have to do a part 2 tomorrow because we have something else on our plate right now. How much time do we have? Who might
Keep going.
You got it.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to allow our groups to present. So you need to pick somebody to present what your group finds as the second, or the 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 that you put down. I need you all to present that as a group, as one person. Bring out your 1 and 2s. Did y'all discuss them, right? Okay. help us out with the discussion. And
Stop
you-
that gay marriage.
Yeah, we stopped the game. Oh, yeah, that's another subject by itself.
See what we're gonna do next. Can we take family? So we post it
Education,
Where this first?
Yeah, over top.
and values.
What is it that we
Behaviors, education, values. I just put these two together because I think they connect and help. What you say down there? What you say?
I said mental health.
Me?
Don't talk about me, Jerry.
I'm on my own on that one.
Don't forget that question I asked you when you go back on it. What sex is what sex is a hermaphrodite? You said there were only two, but then what sex?
He's starting his own rap section. Security! We got security here.
About hermaphrodite? Yep. Oh, because they were talking about same-sex marriage. Except man, she was a woman.
But I don't agree with those two.
Okay, well you can bring Andrews in.
No,
People were right there. You can bring more than two if you have. Yeah, don't limit it.
Abnormal.
But it was just your two that consolidated.
You can call it imbalance.
So if it's not consolidated, to bring what you have, it didn't fit into the category.
We have people like
Everybody have a
So you make it cut
spokesperson?
and dry. As opposed to.
All right, we're gonna hear from front team right here.
Yeah,
What's your name?
Janine.
Yeah, and a lot of them, some of these heterosexual, how many of them do anal sex?
Janine, we're gonna hear from Janine. She's gonna represent her group and tell us what the group had on their mind.
Okay.
Come on, stand up, let everybody hear you.
On the blue group, we had social behaviors, education, values, health, and in health we had both mental and physical health. For social behavior, I think we kind of discussed how education and values, or education and stuff was kind of an umbrella for everything. Because we talked about how if you know who you are, if you had got educated on who you are, and if you knew your history, it would help to determine the way you behave in your social environment and help to define exactly what your values are as Black people. We also discussed health is a big thing because a lot of the stuff, Stefana was saying that a lot of the things that are going on with African Americans and youth, African American youth, or just African Americans in general, is a lot of mental stuff, like a lot of stuff that's embedded in us mentally more so than physically, because she was saying how we get up and we function, like we go through daily routines, but a lot of the stuff that influences us, it influences us here and it affects us here, and whatever you pick up here affects what you do physically. So, that's about it.
All right.
I'm representing the yellow group. These are, the way we discussed it was something we'd like to see change. So, self-determination, respect, more people of color in public office, more power, decriminalization of African youth, reparations in the form of free college education for people of African descent, strength.
Okay.
I guess I'm being a representative for the P group, like my friend. Very outspoken, but our two things came down to family and communication, because a lot of things we discussed in my group was like love, why people don't feel loved in their family, communication, not knowing they're loved even if they was. It just went off the subject completely. So this is what we tied it into.
Okay.
right, brother? Representing purple team right here. And one of the things that we came up with was family values. We feel that was very important to have family values. That's how you grow, that's how you establish yourself, those becomes foundation to live on. And community is important, but we have to learn how to deal with each other as people. That's one of the things that we felt, the two things that we felt were important. We had other things on our list as well, like positive role models and religious upbringing. Because that is the foundation for the family.
Okay. Now, what I need you to do as a group. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm representing First Incorporated. I wasn't present, so I took it upon myself to talk about basic issues that we deal with in the house, talking about ourselves. I think the first thing that we deal with primarily is family structure. You know, because we all have a family. We all was born at one time or another, have a mother and father. And from that family, we developed the values and our moral status. And as we got older, we also had to succumb to the educational aspect of learning as a child and who was right and wrong in our eyes. The streets have turned a lot of us out to, you know, our idols being drug dealers, you know, armed robbers, you know, the likes. But through that, we earned self-respect because we were wallowing in low self-esteem as a result of picking the wrong role models. And subsequently, what happened because of that, we've somewhat gone off course. So we're working primarily on recapturing the essence of what it's about to be family first, because that's where it all started. And in recovery, myself, I'm a recovering addict, my morals and my values automatically came back because I remembered how it came up. And I have the high self-esteem because I am somebody today. Self-respect, I get that because I give it, and I appreciate that. And also education. I've learned that through not only extensive incarcerations, but also dealing with brothers who are also struggling in incarceration. That education played a major fact too, you know, because a lot of us had to succumb to GEDs, you know, and you know, some of us who graduated, you know, become tutors, you know, and actual mentors. You know, you have a lot of talented brothers and sisters in here, you know, who have an array of attributes, but they're not able to pass them on, you know, because we're wallowing in this old pity me, woe is me. You know, but we surpass that by opening up and sharing with each other as family. These brothers are not my blood family, but these brothers are my family, and I'm able to reveal who I am as a person, as a clean and sober-minded individual. You know what I mean? And I thank you for allowing me to share this opportunity.
Thank you. We're going to wrap up at 5:30. And Mike's going to come back and tell us what the break's going to be, and then we're coming back, not particularly to here, but we're coming back to somewhere at 6:30. So he's going to come back, but he asked me just to put a bug in your ear so you can be prepared to hear that when he comes. We've shared dialogue. That was for you to get on this, on a kind of the same hill, you know, same page. What I need you to do as a group, that fell down. That was violence. This is family. Over there, I believe, what is that over there? Education. As a group, I need you to do this. Come up with a statement that addresses the issue of family and what family should look like and how family can become what family used to be. We need a statement, a vision statement to say the family should be because this is going to be in existence. When this is in existence, the family will become. Okay? It'll be real quick, and then can we do that in like 5 minutes? We're not going to be able to get to the other ones because if you're really deep in this, it's going to take you 5 minutes to come up with one statement about the vision of family and what it should look like. And how is it going to look like that? Because of what family will become or will look like. But it has to be one group statement, so y'all have to dialogue again.
Well, I think women should marry women and men should.
Oh,
no. I couldn't resist that. Sorry.
I think if a family is
And I heard every bit of it too. Oh, Cameron did too.
Listen, while you guys write your last statements, just go and continue writing your last statements, all right? I'm going to let these gentlemen, Rodney, come in. While you guys are writing your last statement, I'm going to let this gentleman, who is another fixture in the community, he's director of Street Peace in Boston. Okay? He's gonna talk about the violence in the community, and he's well versed on the topic of gangs in not only in Boston but in America.
Can we give them like 5 minutes just to finish their statement, and then we have 10 minutes later?
Well, while they're finishing their statements, everybody can write this at the same time.
The tension's going. The tension will be divided.
Yeah, the dialogue is for the statement, so.
Well, we wanna hear you to
There
yourself.
goes his fame.
No, 5 minutes, give them 5 minutes. Just to
His
finish
is
the
very
statement.
important. I think they need to listen to him.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I don't think, I
Yeah.
understand.
So do yours first, right? So you can focus on it.
5 minutes.
Excuse me.
No.
5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Folks,
5 minutes.
excuse me, forgive me. All right. In the interest of time, I'm trying to incorporate a couple of things in a small period of time, right? I'm trying to incorporate things. All right. Now we, African Americans, black folks, whatever you want to call yourselves, we have to do this. We're gonna have to get this done. All right. We have to shut this down around 5:30. Okay. Now I'm trying to do a couple things at once. Y'all can write for 5, and then this brother can speak for 10, or I can go over a little bit of time or whatever. But I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, give us 5 minutes.
So forgive me.
And then I'm practicing being humble. That's my, for the next year.
So really, what's finished? There's not much more to do.
We're almost done, just let us finish.
That's why I agree with you.
Make a mission statement or a vision statement of what family should look like and how will it become that. So that will be a statement that we can put into the resolution, and we can tweak it later, but we're gonna put them all together and we're gonna tweak it so that we have something to bring as a resolution of what our families need to do to become.
I think where we can start is everybody we can just kind of brainstorm, or like we did up there, troubleshoot different aspects that we think what a family should consist of. Like she said, love, and
Yeah, but see, the family's so broken up.
Keep in mind that family doesn't necessarily have to be traditional because we're not in a traditional state. We are in a disruptive state. So what can family look like now that we're in this disruptive state? Might be a church, a mentor, group, something. 100 black men.
At what point did black families become stable? Yeah, from slavery, or did we consider slavery a state? I mean, after. Or
the different aspects you have to.
I'm sorry, they're supposed to be thinking.
You started for me to say something about how I feel about family. You really want me to tell you? Because I will.
Just waiting for you.
Communication. That's a process. That's something that you can't even really put together these days. It's not possible for me because I'm from such a broken, torn down family, and not in the sense that I don't have family, but it's just that the strength of the family I don't feel anymore and haven't felt since I was a little girl.
So what you
And it
can
has
feel. So what will it take?
Oh, how do you get it?
Well, you know, I'm reading your answer to love and the togetherness. Those are all the answers that have been given over time. I just really don't know. No, I don't. I'm not saying that they don't work. I'm saying that there's a process to get to loving and being together again.
Now leave it, now.
What is it, family?
No, you're
Just thinking about
All right, did we solve the family problem? Yes. Absolutely, I like that, absolutely. time he came to speak about gang violence, and that's really important. It's very important. So I need you to just put your cards together on a stack with the vision on top. Put that vision on top. Everything else, just stack it underneath it. Okay. And can I get my pens back? Can I get my little Sharpies back? I'm checking you at the door. Patting people down for my Sharpies. Oh, it looked nice. I was going to take it. Thought she was giving me a pen.
Spiritual everybody has to be socialized along some spiritual line. We're not talking about what spiritual line is.
Yeah, spiritual, social.
That's another whole discussion. Start talking about what form is vision.
The city's
Got a hard Well, in order for me to believe that a family has to be strong, a lot of that, the love, the togetherness, we already know the spirituality, we were raised to believe in that. But, the basics need to make the family happy. We need attitude.
Do you think come from the heart?
Thank you so much for your participation, because it takes everybody to do this. It's not just one person, one mind. So I appreciate it. I thank you. Thank you so much, Janae. Thank you, thank you.
Let me see. We got like 6 minutes.
You got fresh. You got 6 minutes.
Okay, we got 6 minutes. We're not gonna try to do a whole lot of stuff in 6 minutes. And we want to say to the sister, this process that just happened, this was great. Education was great. We're humble brothers up here. We've been we've been trying to save people's lives for like the last 16 years. My name is Rodney Daly, and this is Chris Womack. I started a program called Gang Peace back in 1989. We had one of the first marches against violence in the city of Boston, and from there continued on, just getting to the hood, getting the people, trying to find the jobs, getting them jobs. Those that wasn't old enough to get jobs were selling buttons and bumper stickers because we didn't want them being lookout, you know what I mean? So we did what we needed to do, and we buried a lot of people, unfortunately. And the issue is still deep. So while I'm drawing this picture, Chris,
I'll jump in. The work that Rodney was doing was parallel with some of the work that I was doing as well. Back in 1990, right off the heels of what he was doing with Gang Peace, I started an organization called God's Posse. What it was doing was reaching out to gang-involved young men and young men that was incarcerated that was trying to come back into the community. I would go up into the locked facilities doing Bible studies, life skills discussions, just asking the brother, what's your plan? What are you going to do on day one when you get out of here? Some brothers say, I'm going to hook up with my boys, smoke these blunts, and then we're going to go to a party. I said, that plan does not sound too bright. It sounds like you'll be back real quick. And I kept seeing them get out. 2 days later, they'll be back. As a result, like Rodney said, we buried a lot of people. I went to a lot of funerals. You may have even seen me eulogize some people on some high-profile cases. From all the good work that has happened over the years, done documentaries in other countries. I've never done one in the United States yet because I just don't trust white people like that yet. I'm dealing with my issues. And
so we only got a short period of time, so we just wanted to break down some things that you already know exist, and just to show you why we designed the type of programs that we designed to address the problem as it is. So the subculture of our community helped to breed delinquent youth, is that right? So we had the subculture, we had to study that and see what was the subculture of our community. So that was a big empty lot full of trash, and ambulance running up and down, and people getting shot, drugs being sold, stick up artists, prostitution, individuals coming out the house, the subculture in the house. We didn't know what was going on in the house, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of things go on in the house, where people come from, like where you came from, like we don't know what happened in your house this morning and what's happening in it right now. But we know that the home was supposed to be a place where individuals could feel safe and get nourished and eat and clean up and get ready to go back out into the big world tomorrow, right? To deal with the issues, So young people growing up, right? Self-esteem low, right?
Trust gone,
didn't know who they was, right?
Totally depleted.
Dad's gone, only had a father, only a ghost dad, right?
Right.
So individuals was like learning
Or you dealing with
from
mama's boyfriend who's named Uncle whoever. That really ain't Uncle whoever.
So the teachers, who's the teacher? The teacher's in the community somewhere. Maybe it was the guy on the corner with the alcoholic who was drinking, because of the liquor store in every corner.
No, he was the one, right outside the liquor store, went into his pocket in order to bring out the little fifth of whatever.
And
in order to help him cope.
Little dude, wait a minute. While we talking, as we ride through the community right now, we see the brothers, the police officers, right? They got our little young brothers by the neck. Why?
Choking them. Don't you swallow. That's the word that they were yelling in here. Don't you swallow. Whether you have something to swallow or not, don't you swallow.
Don't swallow. Maybe they're looking for something in my baggy jeans. What you got?
Yeah, okay. And if you don't have something in your baggy jeans, just in case it's convenient, they might put something in your baggy jeans.
So what is this all about? Maybe the whole community has become a drug zone. Hey, does anybody know what a ton is? A couple of thousand pounds, is it? 2,000 pounds. But let me ask the question differently. Because what is a metric ton? Does anybody know what a metric ton is? A metric ton is 1,102 tons. Why are we talking about this? Why? Specifically, 1998. In 1998, I don't want to write straight, but in 1998, the United States consumed 240 metric tons of cocaine. 1 year. Now, some people in this room understand that that's not the only drug out there, right? Because we got cocaine, we got heroin, we got alcohol, we got marijuana, right? We got all these other drugs, all the drugs that you can get from the pharmacy, all the drugs that people try to make. We got window pane and Orange Sunshine and Microdot and Black Beauty and Oxycontin. We got cough syrup that we drink when we can't get nothing else. Huh? And so, who are these people getting high? How many people in the room know somebody in jail?
Raise your hand. That's your hand.
Oh, here's the kicker. Check the mood. How many people in the room know somebody that was in jail, got out? So, but how many people know that, what happened? We had a bill, right? Somebody gave us a bill. Was the bill? You know, when you do something, you get a bill, right? Like you get a bill for the cable, and you get a bill for the telephone,
exactly.
And you get a bill for
everything
the
costs a
electric.
bill. You got it. It's dollars and cents.
And so they decided that crime had a bill. So, a crime bill. How many people ever heard of a crime bill? Excellent. How much was it? How much is the bill?
Dollars. Billions of dollars.
Billions of dollars. Exactly.
Billions.
$33 billion. $33 billion. Crime bill.
With the
Who
B,
gonna pay it?
not the M. With the B.
Who paying the bill?
We are.
Check the mood. In 1995, what we got? We got at least 258 million people on the planet. I mean, no, in the United States, right? Give or take those that died last night and was born this morning. 258 million. In 1995, 1.5 individuals was in prison. Today, you know how many? How many?
2 million.
2.6 million locked down right now. Out of the 33 billion, how much time we got left?
Do you, man? Go ahead.
28 billion. Say it, 28 billion.
28 billion.
28 billion of the 33 billion was specifically to build prisons and increase the police. Prisons and police. Now, if all of us in this room is going to get together and build them all, right? We know that we have to do some research. Am I right, my brother? We need the economists on board. Am I right? Now, we need to make sure that the mall has everything, am I
You
right?
need the architect, you need the construction workers, you need all the labor laws. to
What's
be
in the mall,
adhered to.
Chris?
You got your shopping, you got
Shop.
your eating.
Eating. Music?
Music, you got to have some music
We
in
don't
the
want
mall.
nobody leaving the mall going to get something to eat, so we got the food court.
Exactly. Make it convenient for you. Don't even have to go back out.
If you run out of money, we got the ATM, or you can actually use your card right in the store.
And now the malls even get a little better. They got to put a bank where you can talk to a person in case you can't get an understanding with the machine with your card.
Now let's get deep with this. If you build a prison, what you put in it?
Everything necessary.
Now, if you build a prison, wait, let's be clear. In Massachusetts right now, there's over 10,000 individuals in prison. Every prison in Massachusetts is overcrowded. Right now. What does that mean? More prisons. More prisons. More prisons. We need more prisons. Now, if we need more prisons, if we're going to build more prisons, do we have to figure out like who's going to go in them first?
So you got to hire a psychologist to do the psychiatric evals and analysis in order to figure out, will these people continue to act like that so that we can guarantee that we will need more prisons?
So we already know how many people dropped out. We know how many people are going to drop out. We know what their nationalities are. We know how long it's going to be before they are ready to go to the prison. So the study continues. So the economical understanding is, it is more economical to build prisons. Wait a minute, you can go invest right now. Prisons is a business.
Cement, barbed wire, wood, all of that. If you want to invest in something, it's the only thing that's keeping the United States competing with other countries.
Wait a minute, let's talk about the business. Because this is business. We got prison business, and then we got drug business. Let's talk about drug business. We got business going on, right?
Big business.
Now, check the business. Here we go. We got business, man. Now, if we got business in the community, because individuals got their Corey checks, can't get the job, individuals locked out because their record won't let them.
That's right.
Their skill set won't let them.
That's right.
They dropped out of school, what, 12, from K1 to 12.
16, you're not even forcing them to 16 no more. Parents are just like, let me just give them over to what they want to do because they little babies and they run in the house anyway. So you don't stress me out, boy. You can go out there and hang out in the streets as early as 12 now.
Oh, wait, now, K1 to 12, we need that just so you can live in society, am I right? We need that so you can read your prescriptions. We need that so you can get your job description.
So you can fill out the application at McDonald's because somebody got to work at McDonald's for Donald Trump to have his
bill. Fill
bill.
this out for me, please. Could you fill this out for me? I can't read this piece. How many people in the room know Al Capone? You heard of him, right?
Heard of Al
And not
Capone.
because he was the president, right? But did you know he dropped out of school in the 5th grade? Huh? And he created a business for himself. Like he had a store that never been robbed in his whole existence.
And won't get robbed.
And now he needs to pay me so it won't get robbed.
Exactly.
Because it will get robbed.
Yes, it will.
Because we will send someone to rob it so he can pay us. So he created business. So if we build a prison, we already know who's going in it. Now, wow, we consume this much cocaine. Now, who is going to jail? Who is going to jail, man?
For minimal mandatory sentences.
Wait, well, let's go back here. But let's go back to the crime bill. We had 28 billion and so in 1995 we had 1.5 million people in prison, and now we got 2.6 million people in prison. But what I didn't tell you is that 900,000 of those are African Americans. So what's fueling gang membership in prison term? DSS is fueling both prison and
Social Services.
gang membership. Why? Individuals got their family. Dad been gone. He's a ghost dad. He been gone, right?
You've been gone
Never had a
for long
father,
time.
only a ghost dad. Mad men raised me, so I was raised.
And even if he living in the house on the couch, he's still gone. That's what you got. That's what you got to tell the people down at the office anyway.
So now he's running through the hood because he can only stay at his friend's house for a little bit. Can't go to the school because he know that the bounty hunter's gonna come find him. Huh? Been paid to find him, right? Not going there, but he need money. Need some clothes. Pants hanging off, too big because they're my boy's pants.
Exactly.
Don't fit.
They got your pants on.
Well, I need some cash though. I gotta eat. I've overstayed my welcome. His boy, mom said he got to go. So where's he gonna go? To the street, to the subculture community. So who's he gonna be? Who's he gonna be? He's gonna be the career alcoholic. He's gonna be the drug seller. What's he gonna be? What's she gonna be? Huh? So I love you, baby. Who love you? Here's a couple of $1,000 right
Exactly.
here. You my man. You can't look like that though. Go down to Expressions, get some jeans, get some Timbs, get some stuff, and come back. You owe me a couple of grand. What? You can't work around here? No problem. We'll send you to Brockton, New York. Not a problem. You
All
mess
down
up?
Route 24, Fall River, it's all acting up right now because we got to ship you out. It's too hot in Boston now.
You mess up, you get dumped in the trunk. Huh? Nobody know you. Who see you? Who's looking for you? But you get busted, and where you go? Straight to jail. Do not pass go.
Do not collect $200.
All right?
Not get out.
So we got this vicious cycle going on in our community, where outside of the community, we have the suburbs. What do we have? Brookline and Milton. And anybody ever heard of Beaver Country Day? Park School. They're getting ready to run the country. While we're running around in here going to jail. We want to know how many bullets fit how many guns. Huh? Everybody can tell you, like, yeah, I know who shot him, yeah, but I ain't telling you. Because I'm not a snitch.
Can't be a snitch.
Same dude coming around.
Walking around? No, he didn't. Looking at him.
I thought you told.
I didn't say it. Not me.
I thought you did. Well, you won't.
No. Now me and brother Don and Roddy, we sitting up eulogizing the funeral now.
Now here we are. We're trying to create street peace. Everybody's so paranoid to any program that pop up must be suspect, huh?
Exactly.
We suspect. That program, that's got to be a police program. Street peace. Look at it. What is that? Where'd it come from? Hi, no brothers didn't get together and make no street peace program. You suspect. So now in the hood, everywhere you go, well,
You're not educated enough.
now you on the block, right?
Exactly.
So if I'm coming on the block, you know who I am, right?
I got to know you.
Because either I'm a regular customer
Exactly.
or I live around the way.
That's right.
Somebody know who I am.
That's the only way you get your pass.
Because if you don't know who I am, I must be the popo.
The police.
I'm
You
the
got to be the
popo.
police.
Got to be the popo. So I got to market street peace in the radio, on the TV. I got to help somebody so individuals know that, yo, that ain't the police. That's Rod and them, man. They trying to help you, man. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? So then I get everybody trying to come to me, yo, Rod, I got some cases, man. My probation officer told me I was supposed to do community service
Oh,
like
you
2
gonna
months
surrender?
ago. But I got to see him tomorrow and didn't do it. Can you write me a letter?
No.
Because if I write him a letter, what happens?
You give him license.
Word gets out. Yo, you can get a letter from Rod, man. Matter of fact, Rod, here's a couple $100. You write me a letter. It's tough, but nobody know the real deal. So we continue on. Now, where does money coming from? How we gonna stay in existence? What? We gotta beg?
Yes, you do.
What? We gotta write these letters?
You
gotta write these proposals and go in, and here's our intermediate and ultimate outcomes. Yes, we have this intermediate and ultimate outcome. The typology is, he has a drug problem. Well, you wanna know when will he be cured?
Within the year that you giving me this money, he got to be cured. Within
Yes.
a year. He only got a year to be cured.
So you better hurry up, get clean.
Absolutely.
Hurry up and don't be
Absolutely.
drug-free.
But then you got the gatekeepers who white America have deputized to say the money that comes to the grassroots organization is going to come through you.
So
But you didn't get enough hugs and kisses when you was a little kid, so your self-esteem ain't right. So you hoard all the resources to yourself. They got to come play by my rules. This is my ball. I'm taking it.
But what about the cliques? The cliques. Because did you know there's over 5,800 nonprofit organizations inside of Boston, Massachusetts? Who is going to get it? You think they're going to pay us to help some gang members? No.
That's too
They're
much
going to
like
pay you to help somebody stop selling drugs? Oh, they're addicted to selling drugs. Ain't that deep? That's deep. Addicted to the lifestyle. I'm trying not to sell, but
I got the Corey.
I got him a
What
job.
else can I do?
I got a job, but on the side, I gotta sell some drugs too.
Because you can't really live when your skill puts you on minimum wage level. So to pay the outlandish rents in Boston, you're going to have to do something that your Harvard degree didn't give you because you didn't go to Harvard in the first
So
place.
now I don't have an eraser. So here we are. We out here doing outreach in the community. We're going to individuals. We're trying to let them know this is street peace. This is what we can help you do. We got to sit down with you so we can find out, you know, who did what, when, and where, and how. You know what I'm saying?
Prevent
How can
the next who,
you know,
what, where, why,
you know,
and how.
why you won't carry an ID? Because when dudes stop me, I don't want them to know who I really am. You know what I'm saying? So I can't carry no ID as long as I'm hustling. I gotta be able to tell them, listen, this is my AK, and this is my alias, and please somebody come bail me out before they really find out who I am from my fingerprints.
Or here's the problem. If something happened to me in the event that I don't have ID on me, I'm sitting down at the city morgue for months, weeks to months, and nobody can come identify me because my family left me all out into the streets, and they don't really know I'm down the morgue then. There's bodies right now unclaimed down the morgue from young brothers that run around with no ID in their pocket.
Now here's Street Peace, in the midst of it all, trying to help somebody.
I gotta give a plug for myself too.
What are we gonna do? We need some cash. We can't just, we need people to do this full time. Sure, we can have some volunteers come in and volunteer. I'm going to help. Today, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. I got another day free I can help. Great! But we need a consistency. So we gotta employ some people to do this thing full time. Hey, check these numbers. Mattapan, Dorchester, and Roxbury alone. Just those 3 neighborhoods. There's over 90,000 young people right now. Let me write it on the board. You gotta know what this is. It's 90,000 kids in 3 neighborhoods. Just 3. Huh? We did the research. Oh wait, let's go back to the prison.
Gotta go back to prison. Because we
We
ain't
gotta cut it
there.
out. We gotta get rid of it. We gotta let go. All right. Well, let's go back to the prison real quick, because you gotta know this part. When you go to the prison, right, what happened? You enter the door. Huh? You ain't really no gang member. You just from Magnolia, maybe Interville Street. You come in the door, and there's an intelligence officer, because he's very intelligent.
And he has to sit you down and interview you and get all this valuable information that you bring with you from Intervale Street.
And because you lived on Interville Street and there was gang issues,
You have to know. You have to
You
know.
must be a
You
gang member.
must know. You got to be a gang
So the
member.
intelligence officer label you a gang member.
So
You're a gang member.
So death do you part. You shall be a gang member.
Two,
Oh, yeah.
gang member. So where does gang member go? Immediately, just in case you don't know, let's see.
Gang unit. Got
There's a thing called
special unit just for you.
security threat group. You're now a security threat group. Your name goes to the gang center in Tallahassee, California, so that the feds have your name as gang member. And the Patriot Act will follow you for the rest of your entire life. And don't be from another country, because now we got Patriot Act too, who will deport you. And what you gonna do when they come in tonight? The military. That's right. We're coming to get your son. Here he is. We got him. Hey, we'll talk to you about it in a little bit. Bring him to the military base. Put him on a plane and fly him away. Who you gonna call? Police?
They're already here. Came and left.
That's what's happening. What can we do? They want to get rid of us. Get out of here, Street Peace. Get out of here, man. Don't write no Know Your Rights booklet. How many of you ever seen a Know Your Rights booklet? We had a Know Your Rights booklet, was passing around. They had another say, well, Street Peace must be anti-police. They're telling these people what to do in case somebody approaches them. Anti-police. Huh? Because we get that label on us. You got to get that label on us. Because they want us out of here. Get out of here, Street Peace. Well,
It's too much money. You got to go.
you're not working close with the police. So you got to go. Well, how we going to work close with the police? What's that all about? Every program got to work close with the police.
Cooperate.
You got to be able to, like, how you going to work close with the police? Police don't know no boundaries. If we even thought about working with the police, how you going to work with them? As soon as they find out, oh, such in your program, okay, we want to see your files. It's confidential. You can't see nothing. Oh, we'll subpoena you to court.
Don't have any protection.
The issue is this. We have to continue to build programs because the criminal piece of it continues to modify itself. And our young brothers and sisters can do more than sell drugs and shoot guns. The next inventor of the next plastic may be locked down. But if we don't help that individual connect to the education, to the resource, then he going to jail for a long time. The bottom line is everybody needs cash. Either you're going to make it legally or illegally.
3 strikes you in now.
We can no longer
Ridiculous
continue.
reasons. Everything is going to minimal mandatory so that they can fuel and make money off of it. Slavery didn't go anywhere, people. I hate, in case it might be a shock to somebody, it still exists. It's alive and well in the United States of America, and it's taken on the form and the shape of the penal prison system. They want you to be out of control. They want our young black males to be out of control because they employ a lot of people. What? You got a compulsive disorder, you're going to employ the judge, the DA, the prosecutor. The more out of order you are, the more jobs. And starting with $35,000 a year to employ you. Then if you get shot, the ambulance got to come out and get you. So the whole economics of deviance is making too much money.
And this is the end, because this is the end. Because the bottom line is, when you get that label put on you, security threat group and gang member, you got to go to level 5 or 6. You go to level 5 and 6, Walpole, what have you. You got to be 23 hours locked down, 1 hour out. Now, you decide you're going to wrap up, you're 23 hours locked down, 1 hour out, you get out, you need a therapist, you need something. Institutionalized, like, he ain't been looking at nobody but you.
Never get debriefed, never get prepared to come back out into the community. Just peace be unto you. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for, you don't get it, I'm trying to build soldiers every single day.
Can I just say can I just note one antidote to that whole scenario? In South Carolina, and I'm sure it's here in Massachusetts as well, the way they calculate who's going to go to jail is who can't read by the end of the 2nd grade. So if you start teaching your kids how to read, then we can begin to dismantle that immediately, and you won't go to jail, and it won't cost you anything.
That's true. I've traveled the country. The last 2 years with. Excuse me for a minute. Tomorrow. We're gonna go to it tomorrow. Excuse me for a minute. I've traveled the country for the last 2 years with a group called Black Art Arts Collective, doing a thing called the Lyrics on Lockdown Tour, where we slam the prison industrial complex, visiting prisons, detention centers, youth facilities, and the like. I've been all over the country, from DC, they've been in California. I went to Miami and so on and so forth, in prisons and detention centers and the like. And what I've learned during that whole thing is that what she's saying is exactly right. They've already decided who's going to prison. By the time before you're in the 3rd grade, they've already discovered who's going to prison. Actually, they have prisons already built, empty, prepared for you to get in.
And we noticed, so what are we going to do? I think the brother said, what are we going to do? And what I want to ask, if I may, please, for the sake of time.
Understand? I want to hear what you got to say, but I want to say this. I do want to say this briefly. All right? We're gonna close this up. We're gonna reconvene at 6:30 in the cafeteria to summarize everything we've learned thus far on this day. So that's why we ask you to keep those notes. We are indeed gonna set an agenda.
Will all of you, everybody be there?
I have a meeting at 7 with some brothers, so I gotta go. But I'm gonna be here tomorrow, and we're gonna present the Street Peace program, because it is one of the solutions where people don't have to go out and try to reinvent the wheel. But what happens is, because of who we are, we tend to get ideas from something and go off and want to create our own thing, versus us getting together behind something that's already been tested, tried, and worked, and making it work better, bigger, and more, you know.
Okay, I hope you're there, but I want to make sure and see if the brother here, Kazi, right? Because in the Latino group, when we talk about gangs, we have certain, because you were talking about culture,
yes,
culture is way of life. And we have multicultural, more than one way of life. The more we get, the more chaos. So the question, will we at any point have the opportunity to discuss the Latino, gang, black? Is there anything that we can deal with this? Because the question you asked earlier, what are we going to do to protect ourselves?
Yes, sir.
Will we have an opportunity? Is there a workshop set up for that?
There should be a forum for that every day, this whole convention.
Yeah, it does. We need.
And I think it might fall under youth development, where Mel King is, his room, because that's where we're gonna be with him. Tomorrow, the next day, the next day.
Well, please, whatever you do, in my 56 years, it seems as though, see, our kids didn't grow up like this. Let y'all brothers and sisters know that the Italians, that was not our way of life. They acting like other groups of people. That's not our way of life. So somewhere, y'all please instill that in them. And you're doing a great job, by the way, from what I can see.
Right thing, and I need support and resources, but the one is the ball wet. It happens. So we trying to, one last thing, we out of here. We're bringing the Hip Hop Summit here. If you don't, go on HSAN. We had several meetings with Russell Simmons and Ben Shavers. We're bringing the summit here to deal with the issues around what we're talking about right now, which has to change public policy. In addition to that, we have to build foundations that will direct the resources specifically at the issue and not all around it with all this other stuff. You know what I mean? So, we need help. Thank you, buddy.
This gentleman get to say what he wants to say.
Yeah, I'm finished, bro. Thank
I'd like
you.
to thank you folks for being very, very patient, you know, and being willing to sit and try to build an agenda here and set some guidelines and goals. So at 6:30, we're going to reconvene in the cafeteria, try to put this whole thing together. Give yourselves a hand.
In this building?
No, the cafeteria, actually in the student center. The cafeteria where everyone ate at, upstairs.
Oh, the same building, this building, but upstairs?
Next building.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, next building.
Order.
You mind if I get a shot before all these? Thank you. I want to get a. I'm sorry. I should have come over here first.
Thank you. Very little rice, please. That's good.
A couple seconds.
That's okay. No, that's okay. Thank you. Now, when I tell you about being sexist, don't come telling me about how you been up in line.
Got that work. You taking a break, huh?
I would definitely talk smack about it. I appreciate it.
I haven't eaten my plate yet, but I know it's good.
Just want to grab a napkin. Thank you.
You do a great job at that, man. You do a great job at that.
I serve the sisters, man.
See that? I am surprised by buddy. All right.
How you doing, Taboo? Did you meet Alpha yet?
No, not.
She's only 5 and she's in competition. She's in competition. Yeah, she's in competition. She's like 7.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh, yes. But then, you know, and that's
give a copy to Bill, let him to go to Bill. Let him have it. Oh, she gave me the